You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated!
Protesters took to the streets in cities across the country as Donald Trump was sworn back into the White House. This group was in New York.
Say it loud and say it clear! Immigrants are welcome here!
The People's Forum in Manhattan's Washington Square Park. Demonstrators called for defending the rights of workers, immigrant families, women, and the LGBTQIA+ community. In his inaugural address, Trump said he'd declare a national emergency at the southern border, deport millions of illegal immigrants, and end birthright citizenship. He also says his administration will only acknowledge two genders. Russian President Vladimir Putin has congratulated Donald Trump.
In a video call with Russia's Security Council, Putin blamed outgoing President Biden for damaging the U.S. relationship with Moscow and noted Trump's comments about restoring talks with Russia. Biden has held off on direct dialogue with Russia after its invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. I'm Brian Shook.
The World Economic Forum is holding its annual meeting this week in the Swiss town of Davos.
Thousands of politicians, executives, investors, and bureaucrats are on hand to discuss the state of the world, its business, and conflict. In fact, nearly a quarter of attendees say that armed conflict is the biggest danger facing the world right now. They'll also be keeping an eye on Donald Trump and his promises of mass deportations and sweeping tariffs as he begins his term as the 47th U.S. president. I'm Michael Kastner.
Members of the Biden family are now protected by blanket pardons as one of Joe Biden's final acts as president. In a statement, Biden said that his family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats. He went on to say he has no reason to believe those attacks will end. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Los Angeles officials are warning of dangerous wildfire conditions. Mayor Karen Bass says everyone needs to be on high alert because the National Weather Service has issued the highest alert for fire danger. Governor Kathy Hochul is talking about raising up New Yorkers on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
In a speech at Harlem's Convent Avenue Baptist Church on Monday, Hochul talked about carrying Martin Luther King Jr.'s torch of justice.
Whatever comes our way for the next 4 years, we are ready. We are ready to stand up and channel the spirit of Dr. King.
The governor says she plans to put money back in the pockets of struggling New Yorkers. She promised to give families with a child under 4 $1,000 a year to offset expenses and to funnel a $500 rebate to families. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The movie The Brutalist is receiving backlash after admitting using AI in the film.
They do not want us here.
Who do you mean?
The people here, they do not want us here.
The film's editor revealed in an interview with the tech magazine Red Shark News they used AI tools from Respeecher to improve the authenticity of the Hungarian dialogue of stars Adrian Brody and Felicity Jones. The editor said that certain words were difficult to speak, leading to the voices Brody and Jones being recorded into the AI software. The AI was also used in the film's final sequence to create a series of architectural drawings and finished buildings. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
It is that time once again. It is go time, aka showtime. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Let's gather around for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Closing out Inauguration Day. Closing out Martin Luther King Day. Closing out a national championship in college football. What a day. Wow. So here we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another, I'll call it a brass monkey alert outside the secret bunker. Single digits is the case once again. And it's another cold night for millions. Yes, I mean, we're talking the eastern two-thirds, if not nearly three-quarters of the country under some sort of either a cold advisory, extreme cold advisory, winter weather advisories, or winter storm warnings in places you don't normally see. Now, when's the last time you've seen the likes of a winter storm warning as far south as, say, Brownsville, Texas? The entire Gulf Coast, from Texas to South Carolina, now all under winter storm warnings. And for some, it's going to be, I mean, this deep in the South, this is what they would call a blockbuster storm. Even in southern Louisiana, they're talking snow accumulations somewhere from 3 to as much as 7 inches. You talk about shutting things down. This is going to have a profound impact on the movement of freight, especially in the south central and southeastern USA. Let's start right there with our travelers' weather. All right, first of all, I'm looking at the national radar scene. The snow is kind of scattered in pockets here and there, but it's going to be filling in as the storm draws in more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. And we're seeing snow showers from Killeen, Texas. You've seen a bit in Dallas. You're kind of in between bands. Heavier bands south of Dallas to right about the Houston area. Snow moving on up through southern and the central and northern portions of Louisiana. Infringing now on western Mississippi. Millions all across the Gulf Coast bracing for, yes, a rare winter storm moving along the northern Gulf of Mexico, bringing with it dangerous snow and ice along 1,000 miles of Interstate 10 from Texas to Florida and Georgia. This storm threatens to shut down travel for days and cut power for an extended period in part of the region. For parts of the western and northern Gulf Coast, this could be the biggest snow and ice storm in more than 100 years, they tell us. Possibly one that people may remember for decades. The major southern U.S. cities of Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, Texas, New Orleans, Lake Charles, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Savannah, Georgia, and Pensacola, Tallahassee, and Jacksonville, Florida, all to be adversely affected by this storm with either snow and or ice. Dry Arctic air pushing well to the south is forcing the storm and its wintry precip to literally hug the Gulf Coast, which rarely experiences even flurries, let alone several inches of snow like this is going to deliver. This will be a rare, especially dangerous winter storm right along the upper Gulf Coast that will result in major, lengthy disruptions to travel. AccuWeather forecasters tell us the last time New Orleans experienced more than a few snowflakes was 15 years ago in December of 2009. Yeah, since 1948, enough snow to actually measure has only fallen 8 times there. Last time there was enough snow to measure in Jacksonville, Florida, was during that Christmas week of 1989 when nearly 2 inches of snow fell. Snow in Houston, a little more common, but not nearly as rare as, say, New Orleans or Jacksonville. Yeah, the biggest snowstorm on record in the now I-10 corridor was the blockbuster storm more than 100 years ago. We've got to go back to February 14th and 15th of 1895 where they saw a whopping 6 to as much as 20 inches of snow along the Texas and Louisiana coastal areas. With this system, a swath of 1 to 6 plus inches with locally higher amounts will extend from just inland of the upper Texas coast all the way to the Carolina coast. And AccuWeather says some local areas could see accumulations approaching 14 inches, and that most likely near and just north of Interstate 10. Travel may be dangerous or impossible for hours or even days after this storm along vast stretches of I-10. It's not too often a storm with snow passes Atlanta to the south, but that's how this storm is shaping up, that deep in the south. A possible last-minute northward jog in the storm could throw a few inches of snow into central Mississippi, to the central parts of Alabama, Georgia, as well as South Carolina's Midlands and northeast North Carolina. Otherwise, heavy snow is going to tend to hug the Gulf and southern East Coast with this storm setup. Similarly, if the storm strengthens and grows a bit more, it could deliver some spotty snow and slippery travel as far north as, say, Birmingham, Alabama, Atlanta, and maybe Charlotte. But either way, travel's going to be dangerous and maybe even impossible along vast stretches of Interstate 10. In part of north-central Florida, just enough cold air may sneak in to cause some rain to change to snow, or for rain to begin to freeze on elevated and exposed surfaces, especially from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Now, they are talking a significant ice storm possible near and west of Jacksonville, as well as part of southern Georgia, as well as part of southern Texas, from Corpus Christi to Victoria, maybe to Laredo. The key's going to be, is the precip mostly sleet or snow rather than freezing rain? Yeah, sleet and to some extent snow will fall off the trees and power lines, while freezing rain, no. Freezing rain and the wet snow can weigh down the trees to the point of destruction, taking down power lines. Of course, in the deep south, they are ill-equipped to handle these kind of winter storms. Yet many highways, in addition to 10, could be shut down for an extended period. Meanwhile, the snow and ice can stay on the ground for several days during these sub-freezing temperatures. Daytime highs rising above freezing but below 32 at night, which means new patches of ice develop. Schools very well will be closed for days. Some businesses may take a while to reopen. Bitterly cold conditions in the wake of this storm can bring a rare concern to people in the southern states. Yeah, the risk of frostbite and hypothermia if you're not properly dressed or you're without heat. How about the power grid in the central and eastern states? Very well may be stressed, as hundreds of millions will be turning up the heat. Frigid conditions can cause great hardship for homes and businesses where the power is cut for an extended period. The sub-freezing air may cause pipes in some of those unheated areas to burst, causing tremendous water damage. Yeah, the track of the storm's going to spare the I-20 and I-40 corridor from snow and ice, but cities from Dallas to Shreveport and Memphis will be deep in that cold air with the same risk of bursting pipes. So people, especially in the southern U.S. directly affected by this storm, probably going to be dealing with lots of disruption to everyday life. So the storm is officially getting underway as we speak. Coming up, more on the Santa Ana wind events, which today really begins to kick again in Southern California, raising the wildfire risk, and more on the strain on the power grid, especially there in the state of Texas. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll say hello to some of our listening friends joining via Facebook, YouTube. Coming up as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Yeah, as posted by Hot Shot Secret earlier this past day. I mean, we are indeed experiencing some of the coldest temperatures the country has seen in years. With those dangers of snow, ice, wind chill, freezing temperatures sweeping the nation. Yeah, areas where, in most cases, many drivers, I remember Brooklyn for years and years. Wintertime would roll around and he'd say, I ain't hauling nothing north of the I-10 corridor. It didn't really much have to worry about treating that fuel for gelling and whatnot. That is not the case. You need to be treating that diesel, your everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense. That is our 7-in-1 anti-gel fuel booster. So yes, prevent that diesel fuel from gelling with Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel. All right, Marianne joined us out of the box. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hooray, Ohio State, she says. Yeah, there he is. Again, Mr. Football. I guess he officially gets the title, huh? Go Buckeyes. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, a great day to be an American. We're showing 4 degrees on the Cruiser dash cam, located in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Stay warm, stay safe, and stay MAGA. What a day it was. Roy's on board, Northwest Illinois. Good evening. We are 5 below zero, feeling like minus 22 in Northwest Illinois. Good morning from Philly Dan. He said, boy, it's cold out there. I hope the truck starts in the morning. Yeah, the batteries are a little weak. Cap and Ron, so how was that for the greatest day of the week? Millions of us have been counting down for that day. Semper Fi. Yes, indeed. I hope you enjoyed that extra day off as well for MLK Day. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 9 degrees. Fishkill, New York tonight. Round number 1 to Schenectady. He's headed over to the app. Rubber Duck, congratulations to you Suckeye fans. Be nice, Rubber Duck. James, welcome home, Mr. President. Indeed. Cripshot in the house. I love executive orders. Great time in the U.S. Godfather took over. The Godfather. All right, hello. Mike checks in. How about those Buckeyes? Rick and I were texting the entire game. What a day. God bless Donald J. Trump. From Mike in Beaver Creek. All right, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. There's Shorty, 39 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Trump finally in office. Carrie Underwood knocks it out of the park, singing a cappella. Look up one of Trump's first orders called People Over Fish. That's in regards to California. How many executive orders have been signed? We've got the full breakdown. What a day it has been. Morning, Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's 14 at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Mostly cloudy. Trump back where he belongs. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. Fred is on board. Hello, Steve. No snow in central Louisiana yet. We had a few flurries thus far. It's about it. Hello to Norman, checks in from north central Kansas. Clear skies, minus 4 degrees. The Big Tipper is in for service right now. So I'm at the home 20, enjoying some off-duty time. Everybody have a good morning. Billy Bob, hello from Sulphur, Louisiana tonight. Lauren Waste, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 9 degrees and crisp under a beautiful starlit sky. In California, Missouri, at first light, we'll be loading the powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip west to South Dakota, Colorado, or maybe the Big Sky country. All depends on who the highest bidder is. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Bollinger Brothers Feedlot tonight. Rubber duck, so cold in Michigan. I see the Saya driver with his hands on his own landing gear. What are you saying there, rubber duck? Who else we got? Haven't turned in about a year now. Congratulations on your return to YouTube. That's Just Teach. Hey, Just Teach, as I mentioned to several others, if we get into YouTube jail, anytime that happens, we're still on Facebook. We have the app for your Android or iPhone. Download the app. Go to your respective store, your Google Play Store, iPhone, whatever the case is, and type in overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download. With the click of the button, you can tune in from wherever you are. Fred does say snow beginning to fall in Shreveport at this hour. There's Jeffrey checking in from the state of Florida tonight. Dirty Harry, what's happening? Good morning, Steve. 7 degrees here in Buffalo. I don't recommend coming here for a few days. They're calling for a few feet of snow here. Lake effect snows, right, with this cold air mass. Already a foot on the ground in some areas. I'm so glad we finally got a president, and all the Democrats and media calling Trump a racist, who gets inaugurated on Martin Luther King Day. Is there any irony there? Hello, Daniel. Good morning from over by Pasco, Washington tonight. 27 degrees out there. All right, Buckeye Boy will be checking in here. He said hello to Mary Ann. On board, it's 844-844-3388. I see Mr. Football is on the line, so let's get through the news break, bottom of the hour here first. First and foremost, temperatures, they tell us, probably won't dip low enough to challenge the state's power grid this week. They're referencing Texas, but that wintry mix beginning tonight could bring some downed power lines, localized outages. Of course, the National Weather Service Sunday said San Antone, as well as New Braunfels, San Marcos, Austin, and Round Rock, could be hit with snow, sleet, freezing rain overnight Monday into Tuesday. Of course, winter storm warnings are in place for the area that started 6 p.m. Monday, continuing till 6 p.m. Tuesday. The state grid operator for the Electric Reliability Council of Texas also issued a winter weather watch for Monday through Thursday. They did say grid conditions would be normal. They were not calling for conservation at this point. Of course, things can change. But based on their current forecast, it's not likely that there's going to be rolling outages ordered by the Electric Reliability Council. Doug Lewin is an independent grid analyst, said in his Texas Energy and Power newsletter, that's mostly a function of temperature. This system simply will not be as cold as systems we saw in 2022 and much less 2021. But he did say accumulations of snow and ice could cause some outages across affected areas if it's heavy enough to cause lines to come down. If temperatures were to be lower than forecast, he said, supply could tighten between residents turning up thermostats to stay warm and gas supplies crimped by the freezing and power plant outages. Yeah, that's what some of what happened back in February of 21 when single-digit temperatures froze some of the gas distribution systems and shut down power plants, leading to statewide blackouts. Let's hope that does not occur in this scenario.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protesters took to the streets in cities across the country as Donald Trump was sworn back into the White House. This group was in New York.
Say it loud and say it clear! Immigrants are welcome here!
The People's Forum in Manhattan's Washington Square Park. In his inaugural address, Trump said he'd declare a national emergency at the southern border, deport millions of illegal immigrants, and end birthright citizenship. He also says his administration will only acknowledge two genders. Russian President Vladimir Putin has congratulated Donald Trump.
In a video call with Russia's Security Council, Putin blamed outgoing President Biden for damaging the U.S. relationship with Moscow and noted Trump's comments about restoring talks with Russia. Biden has held off on direct dialogue with Russia after its invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, without further ado, I suppose we should take care of business. And welcome aboard the prognosticator of prognosticators, who I suppose now is officially Mr. Football.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got that right, Steve. I said, finished the season out at 70 wins, 29 losses. It's 99 games, 69.3% correct.
Good job.
Every game I picked had some meat on its bones. And I'll tell you, we go back before the season even started, and I told you Ohio State was going to take it.
Yes, you did.
Just based on their coaches and the players that they had. And everything was, the perfect storm was set up for them to win the national championship. Mm-hmm. I know they didn't beat Michigan. What? They missed a field goal. We missed a couple of field goals. So, if that's all Michigan's got their hat to hang on, then let them hang it on that rack, and so be it. But the point is, Ohio State are the national champions, and they deserved it, and they earned it. Nobody give it to them. They went out there, and they earned it. And really, did you watch any of the game?
I just a little bit there toward the end. I was sitting here at the.
Do not lie to me, Steve.
I caught the last few minutes. I mean, I think the last 4 minutes. I was, I saw the point where they got it down to an 8-point game. So obviously they were hoping to get the ball back, get a touchdown, and a 2-point conversion to tie it up.
Right.
Didn't get it.
Right, and you seen Will Howard, sweet, beautiful, was about like a 35-yard pass.
Yep.
Made it look easy. Up until that point, Notre Dame was right there in it. Mm-hmm. And, I was sitting there thinking, come on, guys. You had them down 31-7. You're going to let them come back and tie this sucker up? And I don't know that Ohio State could have won that darn thing in overtime. Because Notre Dame played a good game. I think it was both teams were good, but Ohio State just had a little bit more. And that's what I say when you're betting football, especially college. Now, don't ask me about pros. I mean, I heard you talking to Plowboy last night there about the you know, what happened up there in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you look at that, you're like, God, it's, you know, I don't think it's fixed. Now let's give Kansas City credit where credit's due. They're a good, solid team that the guys are gelled and they mesh good together. Everybody knows what their assignment is, and they go out there and they perform. You know, it's just like the Bills when they beat the Ravens the other night. It just come down to that one play where the receiver, if he would have caught that 2 points, they'd have tied that game, or they'd have won that game.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, because of field condition, his feet slipped out from under. He went to plant himself to try to catch it, then he slipped and slid, which threw him off kilter where he couldn't catch it, or they would have won. And I think that's just the same thing with Kansas City. You know, now why he run that back in the end zone like he did.
For the safety.
Yeah, you know, it made it look like he was trying to cover the points.
Yep.
So, you know, do I think he had planned that? No, I just think he lost tracker. You know, when you got them big behemoth chicken eaters, what I call chicken eaters, you know, they suck down the whole chicken in one bite, bearing down on your little old scrawny butt, and let's face it, Mahomes' a scrawny kid, then he's running for his life. So anyway, really I like the Washington Commanders. And what I like about them is they got a great offensive coordinator in old Cliff Kingsbury, who's really working with that young Daniels quarterback. And so a lot of these teams, it's their coaches, or can they identify with the players. Now, old Jim Knowles with Ohio State, great defensive coordinator. And earlier I was watching where they showed where he was at Oklahoma State. You know, it's what I was trying to tell you when Brain Dead tried to tell you that Will Howard never beat Texas. No, he didn't, not when he was at Kansas State. But when Oklahoma State had Jim Knowles as their defensive coordinator, Texas never beat Oklahoma State. So Jim Knowles knew Texas. You know, he knew how to prepare for them. Oklahoma's coming after him. And I think he get $2 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to have to offer him $3 million a year to get him to move to Oklahoma. And if they can land him as a defensive coordinator and the new offensive coordinator they got coming in with that young hotshot quarterback out of Washington State. So I ain't going to say next year, but the year after, 2 years, Oklahoma's going to be making waves. But next year, I'm going to have to study it. You know, I'd like to lean towards South Carolina and Ole Miss. I don't know, Lane Kiffin. He needs to get him some good assistant coaches. Same thing with South Carolina, but you know, I'd have to study it, but.
So Ohio State has a whole bunch of seniors, like that was their final game. They
Yes.
won't be back next year.
Yeah, I don't see Ohio State repeating. This was a year. This is the one they should have done.
Mm-hmm.
They did it. So I don't see them repeating. It's going to be a different team out there winning it next year. So it's going to – and you got some good teams coming back. You got a good Arizona State, you know, like I say, South Carolina and Ole Miss, and I know Florida State's trying to do right. I think Gus Malzahn, I want to say he's going to be an assistant down there at Florida State, which would be he's a diamond, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You get the right coaches in there that can coach each player. This day of just being out, and that's why Nick Saban was so good. He knew how to surround himself by good assistant coaches. But when it comes to picking these teams, it's like I've said, if people would take their emotions out of it. I mean, naturally so, the Notre Dame fans are so rabid, they ain't going to think past what, hey, this is my team, by God, we're going to beat anybody. And I wonder how many of them went and bet on Notre Dame to win the national championship. Because if they did, they lost their money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me, if I was betting, I was going to bet Ohio State, but I didn't bet. It's just, I remember last year when you and Horse Feather stabbed me in the back and was making fun of me and hurt me like you did. You remember? Do I need to remind you? Anyway, Steve, I am glad this season's over, though. I mean, that's all I did all summer, to sit around and study these
Studying
football teams,
yeah.
So, now maybe I can start talking politics and I'll sit around and watch today all that hugging and kissing everybody was doing up there in Washington, D.C. And I will say this, I'm ready to start talking politics a little bit, so I'll just wait here in a couple of days and start throwing my 2 cents out there. But
stirring up the pot.
Yeah, because I like Trump. I do like Trump, but hey, I'm sorry, but some of our friends out here that let callers and stuff, they're just as blind too about Trump as some of these football fans are blind about their damn teams. That's just my opinion, but I sit back and look at the bigger picture. I'm sitting there watching today where Nixon was trying to undermine Johnson during that Vietnam War, trying to get the South Vietnamese because Johnson was trying to end the war, okay? So when it comes to politics, there ain't no damn angels out there. No much as I love Trump, he's not an angel. So, I ain't going to be scared to tell you I think the man's stinking the place up. And when I do, I'm going to have my facts about me when I go talking about it. So, anyway, Steve, that's all I've got for you. I appreciate you letting me do what I did. So now you can refer to me as Mr. Football.
Mr. Football.
And so until next year, we will, as prognosticators, I appreciate y'all's time and attention, and go Trump.
There
Talk
you
to
go.
you later, sir.
All right, thank you much. Mr. Football. All right, so clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to High Pressure Pumping. Let's roll. Yesterday was a great day for the working man. Buckeye Boy checking in Ackworth, Georgia, 18 degrees. Wow. Just got back from the stepson's house where a group of us watched the Ohio State University football team claim in a dominant fashion the College Football National Championship, OH. What a season by the Buckeyes, from the nail-biting loss to Oregon and the depths of despair in the loss to TTUN for the 4th time in a row, to the pinnacle of greatness tonight. Yeah, what a day, starting with the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, 47th President of the United States, exit of the corrupt puppet and his administration from the hallowed ground of the Oval Office, which was shamed in disgrace as the worst individual to ever hold the office. We are under a winter storm watch until Wednesday morning, maybe up to 2 inches of snow. I hope not. But I'll have to leave Wednesday for Orlando. I don't want any of that white stuff around slowing me down. I'm still jacked up from the wind, so I'll be up for a while here. Have a great night. And everybody, be careful out there. Dirty Harry said, there's no way in hell Baltimore would have won that game. The Bills are on a mission. Headed for the Super Bowl. It's ours, and it'll be a 1991 rematch. Washington Redskins versus Buffalo Bills, with the Bills winning. Of course, Dirty Harry, that's his team. Yes, Biden pardoned his whole family before exiting this past day. That tells me they were criminals, or they wouldn't need a pardon. Hello, Eagle. There's been much discussion about that. Yes, indeed. We can't say we did not see that coming. The list is for the proverbial laundry list. Pardons for the entire January 6th committee, you know, the likes of Liz Cheney, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and so many others, his entire family. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Well, as the afternoon progressed, now President Donald Trump, Monday night, fulfilled a number of campaign promises, signing a number of executive orders, including the pardon of roughly 1,500 defendants in cases related to January 6 of 21 at the U.S. Capitol. Among other executive orders signed, declaring the drug cartels as terrorist organizations, withdrawing the United States from the Paris Climate Accord again, as well as withdrawing from the World Health Organization and the revision of dozens of Biden administration policy. Trump first conducted the signings, which were aired live on Newsmax following an inauguration parade in his speech at the Capital One Center there in D.C. He sat at a desk in the arena stage, handed a number of executive orders to sign. He then moved to the Oval Office, where he signed more, including the pardon of January 6 defendants, which he had said were hostages of the Biden administration. The first order he signed rescinded 78 executive actions, executive orders, and presidential memorandum issued during the Biden administration, including those addressing the immigration crisis, gender identity and diversity, equity and inclusion policies, and those related to the COVID pandemic. And they've got the incredible list here. He's declared a national emergency at the U.S. southern border. As I mentioned, designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Protecting Americans against invasion, protecting the U.S. from foreign terrorist and other national security and public safety threats, ending radical, wasteful government DEI programs, defending women from gender ideology extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government, putting America first in international environmental agreements, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, re-evaluating and realigning U.S. foreign aid. I believe that was either a 60 or a 90-day pause on foreign aid so they can review who's getting what. Temporary withdrawal of all areas on the outer continental shelf from offshore wind leasing, and a review of the federal government's leasing and permitting practices for wind projects. Declaring a national energy emergency. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. Delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. A freeze on federal hiring. A regulatory freeze pending review, a return of federal workers to in-person work, ending the weaponization of the federal government, restoring freedom of speech, and ending federal censorship. Initial rescissions of harmful executive orders and actions, flying the U.S. flag at full staff on Inauguration Day, establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE Department. America First Policy Directive to the Secretary of State. Ending the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Global Tax Deal. Outlining how the National Security Council and its subcommittees operate. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship, realigning the U.S. refugee admissions program, unleashing American energy, clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States, America First trade policy, holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive governmental information, restoring accountability to policy influencing positions in the federal workforce, restoring accountability for career senior executives, restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety, putting people over fish, stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California, and so much more. Day number 1. Where do we begin? With the whole DEI programs, executive orders taking office, slashing those programs, and proclaiming the United States federal government will recognize 2 sexes, male and female. More actions on DEI are expected. They didn't give any other details about the planned steps or when they would be announced. But as part of the executive orders, federal funds will not be used to promote gender ideology. U.S. funding will also not be used on transition medical procedures. Not immediately clear what the executive orders would mean for the U.S. military. During his first term, Trump announced he would ban transgender troops from serving in the military, and his administration did freeze recruitment of transgender personnel. Biden overturned that when he took office in 2021. The 2 executive orders on DEI and gender issues, as we just shared, a part of a stampede of orders. Anything from immigration to energy, all that were previewed by the incoming White House officials Monday morning. So there you go, about a minute before news break, and we'll get to Plowboy is on board. Knuckle Buster, what kind of baloney's he got? Meanwhile, who we got here? There's Jerry. Good morning. Have a great day. Don't forget the hotshot secret to keep that vehicle moving forward in this bitter cold weather. Definitely cold here in Kokomo. I tagged you on Facebook with some stories. Oh, and don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. Real quick, Daniel said, the only person that Joe Biden pardoned that I think should have been done years ago was Leonard Peltier. When you look at the fact that Barack Obama's good buddy Bill Ayers visited the White House several times and his connections with the Weather Underground, but yet Leonard spent decades in prison just because the federal government didn't like the people standing up to them. There you go. The Michigan Madman is on board, and we'll take care of business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
I may not do the deal, or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. TikTok was banned over concerns its Chinese parent company could pose a national security threat. The first hostages released by Hamas are said to be in good health. NBC's Danielle Hamanjian reports that 3 women have been set free as part of a ceasefire deal with Israel. That includes 28-year-old Emily Damari.
She was seen with a big smile on her face, her hand bandaged after having lost 2 fingers when she was shot on October 7th, the day she was, of course, abducted as well. Her mom saying this morning, Emily is doing much better than any of us could have anticipated.
Under the terms of the agreement, the first phase will involve the release of 33 hostages in exchange for 1,900 Palestinian prisoners. At least 2 Americans are among the hostages expected to be released in the coming days. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
Over 80% of its members voted to authorize a strike starting February 1st, the day after their current contract expires. The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
It could take weeks to confirm all of Trump's cabinet picks.
This is according to Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott. Says he thinks the Democrats to obstruct based on what he witnessed during the hearings last week. Those included committee hearings for fellow Floridian Pam Bondi to be the next U.S. Attorney General and Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says his administration is going after price gougers taking advantage of residents displaced by the wildfires.
In a town hall Sunday, Newsom asked Angelinos to notify authorities if they encounter landlords charging high rents in the aftermath of the fires.
The Attorney General needs to come after them. It is against the law to do that. If they were advertising a rent before this tragedy, they cannot charge these exorbitant prices. They cannot.
He added that his office has taken action to ban price gouging, but now it's about enforcing those measures and holding people accountable. Newsom also said he issued an executive order on Saturday halting evictions of renters sheltering displaced people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump has officially signed executive orders that changed Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley, and the Gulf of Mexico is now officially the Gulf of America. The White House says the move will honor American greatness, while the text of the executive order says the move is in national interest to promote the extraordinary heritage of our nation and ensure future generations of American citizens celebrate the legacy of our American heroes. Mount McKinley was renamed Denali in 2015 by President Obama. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I believe did we say hello to the Michigan madman who says, "Great day for America. U.S. is now America first, rather than America last." Good night from the Michigan madman. God bless America. Shorty says Trump's also bringing back all the military personnel that were let go for not taking the jab. They get rank back and back pay. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Yeah, been one great day. And before I go any further, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for keeping everybody safe. And I haven't heard of anything going on. Have you there, Steve?
There were some protesters here and there, but I didn't see anything about any violence or arrests.
We do it every morning show up.
Right.
them protesters, they get to show up in where they're ever never needed. But anyway, I didn't hear you say. Did you hear? I just pulled this one up since I heard it on your USA Radio News. He renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
He said he suggested that a couple of weeks ago, and I guess supposedly that's indeed what he's doing, yeah. The Gulf of America.
Well, Mexico will be in a pissing contest now. Oh my grief. I was hoping he'd give that one a few more months and before everything went all awry, but I didn't see it. I heard it. He signed or was going to sign the tips for the waitresses. He signed that one at the Arena Hall or whatever you call it, the Capitol Arena Hall. But I've got one for you to dig on. Did he not make a pledge to the American worker? So we may have to get on the bandwagon on this. That there was going to be no income or federal income tax on overtime.
I know that was suggested as well. There is a full list of things he signed I can pull up here, but it's a lengthy list.
I know there at that hall he had 10 or 15 of them that he was signing, and then went over to the White House and
yeah.
Okay. One thing about that poor guy, him and Melania and the whole crew, by the time they get done dancing all these damn balls, they'll be ready for bed. Did you see the swearing in this morning?
Yes,
inauguration
absolutely. Yes, I stayed up. I did not get enough sleep today because I stayed up for all that. And it's interesting how they were running behind by like 20 minutes, and here comes the noon hour, and that's when the swearing in is supposed to take place. 12:01. So you notice they bumped Carrie Underwood till after the swearing in. They bumped Lee Greenwood. I don't know if Lee ever did get to perform. God bless the USA.
Thank you for bringing that one up.
Yeah, a number of things. Everything got bumped till after the actual swearing in and his speech there.
Now I have to say this: Carrie Underwood did an amazing one.
Yeah,
a cappella. To deal with that, any technical background, and just blew my mind just how she could come up and go with that one. And that was one of the few times I've seen Kamala even have a halfway smile in the whole show. But I noticed Joe looked like he wasn't very interested. Looked like he might have nodded off a couple, 2 or 3 times over there.
Well, can you blame him? Trump right there. Right there with them sitting right behind him. So pretty much in their face. Talking how awful the last 4 years were. They were pointing out all the things they had done to negatively impact the country, and they were cringing.
I do. I'm just so glad we got through this day. I'm glad for Ohio State and all that, but we need to raise these temperatures a little bit. 3 degrees and going down here in Kansas City. We're looking at negative wind chill, 22 below by morning.
Yep. They've got negative 15 and 22 all the way down into parts of Heat Wave's neck of the woods there in parts of New Mexico.
Good grief. Wow. Have you heard anything out of Eagles now? Is he going to be complaining coming back out of Florida?
I have not heard from him at this point. I'm sure he planned on chiming in. He had some things to say about the inauguration day, so.
Of course.
I mean, I don't think the nasty weather is not. It hasn't reached over where he was heading to Florida. So if he got in there, the trouble may be trying to get out.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, I'm back to Trump a minute. I do have a question. Is Governor DeWine thinking about stepping down or something?
I think he's
going
to.
When is his term up?
Right, he's gonna be term limited, and that's why I kind of, Vivek Ramaswamy is, I guess, bowing out.
Thank you.
Of the Doge thing, and he is going to run for governor here in Ohio.
Thank you for pronouncing that name. I jack it up, and I didn't. I wouldn't mean to. It just I can't do his name, sir. But, no, when I heard that, I thought maybe Mike might be having troubles or something. I didn't realize he was that close to being term limited out. So, but I'm looking forward to a great 4 years, and I mean. Everything I just can't get over how smooth the day has went. Although back to the border, I did see where we had one of our border guards got killed. Did you catch that one?
Yeah,
I think it was upstate Vermont.
In Vermont, yeah, up there, the northern. But he apparently had pulled over and the illegal. Shot and killed one age. I think the illegal ultimately was killed as well.
My God. I missed that part.
Sadly, I think, and as the deportation in these arrests of, especially the criminal illegals, I mean, that's going to be the focus. I fear we're going to see more of that. Many of these individuals, I think, will get violent when they try to arrest them.
Yes, sir. Okay. Since we are on a wide range radio, I've got a question. With these 1,500 plus that is part of that J6 that I don't believe should have ever seen a day in jail, reason why I'm bringing it up, are they going to come out of their confinement dead to the world? Or alive to. I'm asking this for a reason, because something was said about the military about not taking the jabs, that they were going to get to go back with rank. I'm wondering, is there something that President Trump or whoever their representatives or senators are that they could say this is a jacked up, especially if they have a representative or a Republican senator, conservative. Hey, we need to hire him back at his job. And why in the hell can't we go to the DNC? They're so good about blowing money out of their backside and giving them damn back pay to them. You understand what I'm trying to get at, Steve?
Obviously, many of them probably have lost their jobs. I don't know what, if anything.
Lost their families and everything.
Yeah, I don't know what Trump could actually do in regards to that, but I'm sure he'll do what he can, undoubtedly. But he mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah. He's going to be, word this past day, he will be launching a campaign for governor in Ohio early next week. So he will be parting ways with the incoming Department of Government Efficiency. His interest in seeking office here in his home state of Ohio, it's not a surprise, but his decision to leave Doge kind of not removes him from the high command of the federal spending watchdog group that was supposed to, of course, been run with Elon Musk. He's leaving Doge. He's going to announce early next week for governor, according to several sources. Speaking anonymously to discuss preparations for a campaign that he has not officially launched, it became increasingly clear over the last week that pursuing the governor's race and running Doge were not compatible. So he's leaving on good terms with Trump, Elon, and the team. A post via X Monday morning about the time of Ramaswamy's departure from Doge became public, kind of underscoring how abruptly he was pivoting away from one of Trump's top priorities. A new dawn, he posted, alongside a photo of him with Musk. In a statement, Trump transition spokesperson praising Ramaswamy for having played a critical role in establishing Doge. He intends to run for elected office soon, which requires him to remain outside of Doge based on the structure that we announced today. We thank him immensely for his contributions over the past 2 months, so we expect him to play a vital role in making America great again. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it here in the winter conditions with some of the lake effect snow this past day, Monday morning. Up to 15 vehicles involved in a crash in those whiteout conditions. The series of accidents happened Monday morning, Interstate 96 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. According to the local ABC affiliate, the accident left several vehicles smashed in the median of the roadway, a box truck overturned, a tractor trailer in the roadside ditch. One person involved in the crash was hit by another vehicle when they exited their wrecked car. Several other injuries also reported, none of which were life-threatening injuries, they say. Troopers say there were whiteout conditions at the time of the pileup, and that some of those drivers were traveling at speeds too fast for conditions, you think. All right, obviously things were closed for several hours for cleanup there. And we are now into January 21. This is kind of like the end of the line. Little time left for those who would like to leave a public comment on a long-awaited FMCSA rule proposal to increase transparency in freight broker and motor carrier transactions. Today is the deadline to leave a public comment on the FMCSA's Transparency in Broker Property Transactions rule, which would advance 4 key amendments to the current regulations in an effort to increase transparency with motor carriers. Number 1 would require property brokers to keep their records in an electronic format. That would make it easier to review broker records on request and remotely as compared to the current practice of some brokers who respond to request by making only physical records available at their principal place of business. Not very convenient. Number 2, modernize and tailor the required contents of the records to better achieve broker transparency. Number 3, reframe broker transparency as a regulatory duty imposed on brokers to provide records to the transacting parties. And number 4, require brokers to provide the records within 48 hours when a party to the transaction requests those records. Of course, they started accepting public comments back on November 20. Since then, they have received 3,170 comments, with 2,688 comments actually posted to the docket at this point in time. Final day. Last opportunity to have your voice heard if you have not done so yet. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Sorry I had to hang up on you. Tennessee called in, so she takes priority over everybody, right?
That's right.
Even me. So, you really think, if they go online with that transparency and records, they won't be able to manipulate them records around? Yeah, probably. I don't know. We'll have to see. Congratulations, Big Ed, for predicting Ohio State to win the national championship. Well, I will say this. It should have been a blowout. Ohio State should have blown Notre Dame completely out of the water, and then I'd have been telling Notre Dame, if you're going to embarrass yourself on national TV, why bother showing up? But I thought it was pretty amazing that in the second half that did they get it back within the I can't even think of the word now.
They clawed their way back. Yeah, they were down. I mean, Buckeyes scored 21 points there in the second quarter, so they were in a pretty deep hole. Yeah, they had clawed their way back to make it a one-possession game, 8 points. If they could have got a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, that was what they were trying to do.
Oh, yeah, well, I listened to the game, but the Vegas bookie won because they got it within the spread. Didn't they get that within the spread? Get it back within the spread?
I don't know what the spread was, honestly. 34-23 was the final score.
Yeah, I think it was by 14. I think that's what the original, that Ohio State was winning by 14. So I don't know. I don't gamble, so I just let them. I just know that they win a lot of money, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and I bet I know all them people from Notre Dame are crying. But Tennessee is real happy. She's an Ohio State fan. She was at the game over there, so Tennessee won't have to be but deal with herself in the morning there. So, but it's snowing a little bit over here in Arkansas. It's just like flurries. I mean, it ain't nothing major. So, I mean, it's not even sticking to the road. But, hell, it's 25 degrees. It may be sticking to the road, and I just don't see it, right? I can see it coming down in my headlights, but that's it. A little misty snow, I guess. What would you call that? Snow shower?
Yeah, flurries. I mean, most of the accumulating stuff's going to be well south of you there. Yeah, like I said, they said you may have a few light bands push through, but yeah, the winter weather advisories and storm warnings are way down along the Gulf Coast.
Oh, yeah. And them Cajuns down there in New Orleans ain't going to know how to act, especially get on them big, long bridges out there.
Yep.
So, yeah, buddy, let me tell you, it's been, I want to congratulate President Trump for getting back in the White House, and the people just going, well, I can't say that word. Let's just say back crazy. How about that?
Yes, sir.
But I saw Nancy wasn't up there getting no free ink pens today either. So, yeah, she's got the poachy lip. I just can't wait for we're going to get a little further along, and then they're all going to start turning on each other up there, all them Democrats are. And I'm just wondering, did they have the White House insecticide there? So after all that trash it left, they get rid of all the bugs out of there?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Well, that's all my bull on it for right now. I'm trying to ease on into the Memphis. I got about 2 more hours. Well, let's see. It's only 1:30, almost 1:30 your time. It's break time. Get me out of here, Steve.
You are correct. About a minute away. So coming up, we'll take care of that. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Greg, 12 degrees where he is. In regards to Vivek running for the governorship in the state of Ohio, Fred says, well, you know, DeWine is not an asset to the Republican Party in any way. Let's see, Buckeye Boy, I'm sure Vivek has totally researched, suggested billions of dollars for government spending cuts already. He's a very smart guy, very efficient, very intelligent man. Let's see, the spread, according to Buckeye Boy, was 8.5 points, and they covered. Okay, thanks for the update, because I had no idea on that. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, other industry headlines we'll get to here. Hello, Timothy. Just joined us here. 2 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Meanwhile, 21 in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Good morning to Jason. He said, I saw a salt truck down at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina earlier. That is not something you see every day. No doubt. Hey, Greg says the Teflon Don is back. All right, lines available, 844-844-3388. As I mentioned earlier, can't say we did not see it coming. I full well expected, about 24 hours ago, we were talking about guarantee we're going to have some pardons coming down Monday morning before high noon. And that indeed was the case. At the pretty much the last second, Joe Biden granting clemency to family members deeply involved in the Biden family business, including his brother James and Frank Biden. This truly raises questions about potential wrongdoing, does it not? Now, Joe said, my family's been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics. Yeah, right. Like Trump didn't deal with anything like that, did he? Unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. That's why I'm exercising my power under the Constitution to pardon James B. Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, and Francis W. Biden. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing. Nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. Right? Of course, James Comer immediately speaking out. He had asked Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi the other day, and I mentioned this last evening. And that's why I said I full well expect a pardon coming down. James is a member of the Biden family business. And we shared a number of the interactions with that business where millions of dollars changed hands. All right, Frank, Joe Biden's youngest brother, was actually hired by an Illinois-based industrial manufacturing firm, Federal Signal Corp., to help connect the company with Florida lawmakers. During a weekly call, Frank, who is 69 years old, would frequently interrupt the meeting and say they had to take a call from the big guy, as he put it. Now, Breitbart News reported on Valerie Biden Owen's involvement in the family business. Valerie, the sister of former Vice President Joe Biden at the time, who served as the campaign manager for his past presidential campaigns, had directed $2.5 million from Citizens for Biden and Biden for President, Inc., to her own consulting firm during her brother's 2008 presidential bid alone. All right, it's who else was on the list? Preemptively pardoning the former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none other than retired General Mark Milley. There's Follow the Science, Dr. Anthony Fauci, as well as members of the January 6th committee with just hours left in the administration. Just several hours before Trump's inauguration, the White House issued a statement touting them as dedicated, selfless public servants. He claimed to believe in the rule of law, but said, "But these are exceptional circumstances, and I cannot in good conscience do nothing." The House Oversight Committee Republicans reminded Americans that Biden also pardoned his son Hunter, which he told the country on numerous occasions he would not do. Joe Biden will be remembered for using his last few weeks in office to shield his son from the law and protect himself. Senator Jim Banks posted, "Mark Milley might be pardoned, but we will continue to explore ways to hold him accountable." Biden's statement said in full, "Our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They're the lifeblood of our democracy, yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties." He makes it sound all fine and dandy. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecution, including General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, and the members of the staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol. These public servants served our nation with honor and distinction. They do not deserve to be targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions. General Milley served our nation for more than 40 years in multiple command and leadership posts and deploying to some of the most dangerous parts of the world to protect and defend democracy. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he guided our armed forces through complex global security threats. For more than half a century, Dr. Fauci served our country, saved countless lives by managing the government's response to pressing health crises, including HIV/AIDS, as well as the Ebola and Zika viruses. During his tenure as my chief medical advisor, he helped the country tackle a once-in-a-century pandemic. The United States is safer and healthier because of him. Thus, he needs a pardon, right? The January 6th, the Select Committee fulfilled their mission with integrity and a commitment to discovering the truth. Rather than accept accountability, those who perpetrated the attack have taken every opportunity to undermine and intimidate those who participated in the Select Committee in an attempt to rewrite history, erase the stain of January 6th, and seek revenge, including the threat of criminal prosecutions. I believe in the rule of law. You damn shooting there, Joe. We can tell. And I'm optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics. These are exceptional circumstances. That is why I'm exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Fauci, members of the Congress and staff who served on these select committees, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee. And again, this should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing. It is 844-844-3388. I didn't do anything wrong, but I'll take it, right? Meanwhile, it was the sound of a door slamming shut, heard across America's southern border Monday, an Instagram post breaking the bad news to illegal immigrants who used the app to schedule appointments where they could seek asylum, which has been done by thousands and hundreds of thousands. Effective January 20, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, a.k.a. high noon, the functionalities of CBP-1 that previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit advance information and schedule appointments at 8 southwestern border post of entry is no longer available. All appointments have been canceled, the post said. In one video captured in Juarez, Mexico, one asylum seeker was openly crying moments after learning the app has been shut down and appointments are no longer valid. The Associated Press reported that the app had been used by about 1 million illegals using asylum claims to be able to enter the country. Data from the Associated Press showed that on former President Joe Biden's watch, between January of 23 and August of 24, more than 171,000 Venezuelans, 157,000 Cubans, 136,000 Mexicans, 135,000 Haitians had used the app to schedule interviews as they claim asylum. Now, by applying through the CBP-1 app, those applicants would get to enter the U.S. for 2 years and actually get a work permit. According to CBS News, about 270,000 illegals were waiting to enter the U.S. through that app. Of course, Trump had pledged to sign executive orders changing border policies. And, of course, he previewed some of that during his inauguration address. He said the government currently provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border, which he has done. All illegal entry will immediately be halted. We will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. I will send troops to the southern border to repel this disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gang criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to our soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasion. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Day number 1. Well, technically, we're only 13 hours in. This is full day number 1 with a new sheriff in town and major changes taking place in D.C. I can see the heads spinning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, even when it comes to the trucking industry, some of the actions already taken will have impacts and implications. From the trucker this past day in his inaugural speech, President Trump emphasized his commitment to rolling back federal regulations related to vehicle emissions, which he referred to as the electric vehicle mandate. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal. We will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. So the executive order that was set to be signed shortly after the speech, part of a broader strategy to reshape energy policy, easing regulations that the administration aims to encourage traditional vehicle production and potentially reduce the emphasis on electric vehicle development. This could have significant implications for the auto industry, impacting manufacturing priorities and the future landscape, obviously, of vehicle offerings. Now, according to Trump, his reasoning behind this would benefit the U.S. auto industry, allowing greater flexibility in production, potentially saving jobs in that sector. He assured consumers you will have a wider selection of vehicles available, suggesting the rollback would lead to more choices beyond electric vehicles. Of course, as he campaigned, oftentimes he condemned the federal tax for electric vehicle buyers up to $7,500 per vehicle. It's part of the Green New Scam, he called it. Yeah, that would devastate the auto industry. Of course, the transition team working on plans to abolish those tax credits and roll back those more stringent fuel economy rules that had been pushed through by the Biden administration. Now, it's far from clear, though, that the Trump administration could actually rescind the credits. We don't know. Trump's argument, one that most of the economists dispute apparently, is that a rapid shift toward electric vehicles would lead to most electric vehicles being made in China and would swell prices for American auto buyers. Now, he said he'd redirect federal revenue recaptured from a canceled tax credit to build roads, bridges, and dams. Changes, a lot of them. Philip is on board. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. What a day it was, huh?
Oh, I'm telling you, it was a heck of a day, and I got to appreciate them, and they had their little parade inside the center there. The first brigade that came through were the people from Butler, Pennsylvania, and they had that firefighter's jacket, the jacket he wore. That was the first thing that was in that parade that came across. Did you see that, Steve?
I did not get to see the parade. I think I had hit the hay by that point in time.
Yeah, if you get a chance, the very first, they had brigades of people coming through, and the very first ones that went through were the folks from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
And his family was there, but all his coworkers and law enforcement and firefighters from that city, they were the very first ones that went through the procession. It was pretty cool. I saw that little bit last night on television before I went to bed as well. But I got to bring up something, Steve, real quick. Are you familiar with the name John Sykes?
Seems like I've heard the name, but I can't put it with. Who is he?
Are you familiar with a band called Whitesnake?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Do you remember a song called "Is This Love"?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember "In the Still of the Night"?
Oh yeah.
All those big hits that Whitesnake had.
Yes.
Okay. John Sykes was the guitar player and the guy who wrote that stuff. He wrote a lot of those songs. He was also in a band. I know everybody's going to know this band. It was called Thin Lizzy.
Yeah.
He passed away yesterday at 65.
Really?
Unbelievable guitar player, unbelievable musician, unbelievable songwriter. I mean, just his resume is unbelievable as far as in music. It's as much as you could possibly do as far as operating musician and songwriter. It's unbelievable. So I mean, he's going to be missed by a lot of us. He influenced a lot of us, I just want to bring that up about he passed away yesterday. It's sad, but he's going to be remembered though through his songs. Steve, we're going to have a little exciting time in the next 24 hours in the Panhandle of Florida. Have you been watching this weather any?
Yeah. I said, when's the last time we had seen winter storm warnings all the way down, literally to the Gulf there?
Yes. Okay. So if anybody is going to be about 24 hours from now, and you're going to be traveling I-10 from Jacksonville all the way over to New Orleans, you need to get your snowshoes on and be ready to roll, because they're talking in the Pensacola area. The percentage of maps said that they're going to have an inch of snow accumulated on the ground. There are going to be areas that will have 3 to 8 inches of snow inland. So if you're up around Alabama, like say Dothan, you possibly could get 8 inches of snow.
Yep.
our buddy Rambler, he might want to think about it too. I'm not sure where he's going to be at tomorrow night, or tonight, I should say, coming up about 24 hours from now. But it's going to be a little rough up there, brother. And you better take it easy if you're coming across 10, because it's going to be slick. That's what all the forecasters are saying down here with the models and everything going in. I don't know what you saw, Steve, but that's what I've seen. So I know you're coming up on a pause thing there. Do you want me to hang over?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're about a minute away. I'm looking at the, let me see here. I don't want to drop the call. I want to return to queue. Yeah, the National Weather Service Office, Mobile/Pensacola, says a major winter storm becoming increasingly likely across the area. This storm has the potential to be an historic winter storm for the southern half of our area. A winter storm warning is in effect from 6 a.m. Tuesday through 6 a.m. Wednesday. Yeah, the timing of accumulating snow begins Tuesday morning and continues to the evening. Heaviest accumulations are expected late Tuesday morning through late afternoon. 1 to 3 for most, locally up to 5, possibly higher totals over the southern and eastern half of the area. Very unusual. Florida, accumulating snow.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
I may not do the deal, or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. TikTok was banned over concerns its Chinese parent company could pose a national security threat. The first hostages released by Hamas are said to be in good health. NBC's Danielle Hamanjian reports that 3 women have been set free as part of a ceasefire deal with Israel. That includes 28-year-old Emily Damari.
She was seen with a big smile on her face, her hand bandaged after having lost 2 fingers when she was shot on October 7th, the day she was, of course, abducted as well. Her mom saying this morning, Emily is doing much better than any of us could have anticipated.
Under the terms of the agreement, the first phase will involve the release of 33 hostages in exchange for 1,900 Palestinian prisoners. At least 2 Americans are among the hostages expected to be released in the coming days. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
Over 80% of its members voted to authorize a strike starting February 1st, the day after their current contract expires. The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
It could take weeks to confirm all of Trump's cabinet picks.
This is according to Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott. Says he thinks the Democrats to obstruct based on what he witnessed during the hearings last week. Those included committee hearings for fellow Floridian Pam Bondi to be the next U.S. Attorney General and Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says his administration is going after price gougers taking advantage of residents displaced by the wildfires.
In a town hall Sunday, Newsom asked Angelinos to notify authorities that they encounter landlords charging high rents in the aftermath of the fires.
The Attorney General needs to come after them. It is against the law to do that. If they were advertising a rent before this tragedy, they cannot charge these exorbitant prices. They cannot.
He added that his office has taken action to ban price gouging, but now it's about enforcing those measures and holding people accountable. Newsom also said he issued an executive order on Saturday, halting evictions of renters sheltering displaced people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump has officially signed executive orders that change Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley, and the Gulf of Mexico is now officially the Gulf of America. The White House says the move will honor American greatness, while the text of the executive order says the move is in national interest to promote the extraordinary heritage of our nation and ensure future generations of American citizens celebrate the legacy of our American heroes. Mount McKinley was renamed Denali in 2015 by President Obama. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
thank you very much. Another hour underway just like that. Plenty of room for you. At 844-844-3388. What else we got going on? Hello to Greg this morning. He says, it's not revenge Trump wants. It's the reckoning. Yes, I quoted a movie. Okay. Yeah, Fred chimes in. Just think about it. The money that we've sent to Ukraine. We could have fixed every road and bridge in this country. Hello to Tapeworm. Good morning, all, from a freezing night in the Utah mountains. I am ready for spring. Yeah, I think we're all about ready for spring. Yeah, we left off there. I mean, it's not often you talk accumulating snow like this in places like Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. We're looking at these warnings stretching from the Houston area all the way over into the coastal areas of South Carolina. And as I mentioned as well a little bit earlier, more often than not, you don't really see snow like actually down on the beaches. You normally get some warmer air from the waters there in the Gulf, but I said forecast snow totals may fluctuate, but regardless, major impacts likely across much of the area, even areas along the coastline, are likely to remain mostly snow. There's a small possibility of maybe sleet mixing in along the coast, but hazardous travel disruptions are likely Tuesday and into the days after. Follow the latest from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Weather Radio. Yes. All right, that brings us back to Philip. And they don't have, I mean, it's probably last on their list of priorities in places like that is any sort of, de-icing material, salt, or snow removal equipment. They don't. Nothing, right?
No, they don't. They're actually bringing plows down just in case. They've got some plows. I don't know how much they're bringing down, or I don't know how much salt they're bringing down, but they have no road prep. They're not like it is up in Illinois, Indiana, and up there by where y'all at in Ohio and whatnot.
Yeah.
They have no winter snow prep stuff or anything like that. That's why I'm saying anybody that's going across 10, you want to be careful. The last time they had a measurable snow like this was 1954 in Milton, Florida, which is just up there by Pensacola, and they had 4 inches of snow on the ground in 1954. That was the last time that the Weather Service had anything like that. The temperatures, they're going to break all kinds of records with the temperatures that they haven't had since 1895 or something like that was what the lady was talking about last night on the local news here. And the snow percentages were through the roof. I mean, there's 100% chance in Pensacola you're going to have at least an inch of snow on the ground. Now, that doesn't sound like much for all the guys out there running. You run up into Minnesota, you run up to Illinois, you're used to that kind of stuff, and Dakotas and that kind of places. But you get down here in the southern half of the United States, they aren't used to that kind of stuff. I mean, nobody know how to drive on ice in Tallahassee, Florida. I can tell you that, right, Steve?
Yep.
So it's gonna be nuts. So just gotta take it easy and take it as it comes. They're gonna say the sleet is gonna be as far south as almost Ocala. It'll be definitely around Gainesville. There'll be sleet around Gainesville. Ocala is going to be the breakout area where it kind of splits, and then down in here it's just going to be rain. We're supposed to get rain today. This morning we're supposed to get rain that's coming back up from the south that just passed us, and then after that, this afternoon, it's going to start. That storm system is going to start rolling in, from the Gulf, and it's going to run us all through the night. But they're forecasting rain for us down here. But the thing that I found funny about it is when all that rain and all that comes through, it's going to be in the 40s, but with our wind chills, we're going to be down in the 30s with our wind chills. So we must be going to have a heck of a lot of wind with this rain coming across as well. It's going to be a strange day down here in Florida. It really is. And this rain is going to inundate almost the whole state of Florida. It's a big storm. The north side of it is going to be freezing stuff with the snow and the ice.
Yep.
And then the south side of it's going to be the rain. Just like it is up north when you guys have the same thing that moves from west to east across y'all. It's going to be the same thing. So we're just going to have to sit back, take it easy, and see what happens. Hey, Steve, is Sylvester called in tonight?
I have not heard from Sylvester. I haven't seen any comments via the Facebook feed at this point, no.
Well, there's something that I heard the other day, and if Sylvester hears me, I'd like for him to check it out. I heard that Elon Musk dropped the price of Starlink in Australia, and that the Australians are going to have a chance to get their Wi-Fi for $9 a month with Starlink.
Really?
Yes. He dropped the price. So I don't know if that's true or not. I read an article about it, and I was like, wow, that's a pretty $9 a month. I mean, heck, I got Spectrum right now, Steve. I'm paying almost $90 a month for my Wi-Fi. So for $9 a month, that's cheap. But I do know that it costs a pretty good penny to get set up on Starlink. And speaking of Elon Musk, and you talking earlier about this, the electric truck thing that President Trump just signing, it kind of confuses me because, Elon's the guy who's cornered the market in the Tesla truck. Are we still going to promote that truck as much as they've been promoting it? What do you think, Steve?
I would say no, and I've been saying for some time. I'm kind of surprised that Elon Musk has been as supportive of Trump as he has, because Trump's going to be detrimental to the sales of electric vehicles. Now, some are saying that maybe the likes of Ford and GM and their push for EVs, that they may back off, and I guess that would in turn lead to those interested in EVs probably going to Tesla for their option. So I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So here's something that I want to suggest to President Trump. And I know he doesn't listen to the show. I mean, he's busy. He's got all his other stuff. But if he does, so be it. I hope that he gets into the administration. You said he was dropping some of the standards as far as the EPA and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
He needs to let them bring other ways. There's a lot of systems that are not in the United States for DEF that's a lot cheaper and a lot easier to work on and a lot less expensive than that particulate system they're using now. I mean, you look at companies like Scania. There's a bunch of companies that have different ways of cleaning the exhaust. I know that sounds crazy, but it would help the industry a lot, because a lot of these companies are paying millions and millions of dollars on these DEF systems on these trucks, especially cleaning, regenerating, all that stuff. They're spending tons of money on this, and it's actually putting in some of these companies in financial woe. So I hope he gets on to, try to bring new technology as far as fossil fuel energy into the country. Who knows, Steve, with this, we could possibly see Caterpillar making engines again. You think about it, Caterpillar got out of making engines. They still make parts, and they still have rehab motors.
Right, rebuilds, yeah.
But they don't make anything brand new. They haven't developed anything brand new. I hope this opens the door up for more new technology with what we got. We are not going to get electric trucks tomorrow. It's not going to happen. We know that.
Right.
The hybrid trucks are probably as close as we're going to get to it. But what we can get with diesel, now, if we can have the newer technology, like, say, what Scania's doing. Scania's got a V8 motor that gets better gas mileage than our trucks over here, the Freightliners and all of them. I mean, come on. Bring the technology over here. I hope he opens up the door for that, because that's what we need. You know, if we want to get better fuel mileage and save fuel and do things, we need to get that over here. And I know it's beating on the drum, but still, that's what we need to do. And by the way, Steve, I want to thank Cletus McFarland. He's going to be in the ARCA race at the Daytona, and he's also bought into the Bradenton Motorsport Park Speedway. So basically the Bradenton drag strip. Cletus McFarland owns 50% of it now, and him and Victor have merged it and Freedom Factory together, and they have a real good system set up for the track. It's going to be a better track for everybody. They're going to be putting a lot more stuff into both tracks, and they're going to make it a lot more pleasurable place to go to when you go to a race and see things, and it's going to make it a lot better for the racers. That's all I got today, buddy. Thanks for having me.
All right, and find a way to stay warm, and good luck. Yeah, good luck for the travelers there in the Deep South. It's going to be a mess. Yeah, the people with virtually zero experience in driving in winter weather, unless there are some snowbirds. This is the time of year a lot of folks do head south. They might have some experience, but I mean, most of those who have lived there for many, many years, this is going to be, that's why they're saying an historic storm, very unprecedented. We return in 2.
We share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Okay, back at it here. And Carl, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Appreciate you for taking my call. I've got to echo Philip's comments about the Northwest Florida area up there getting cold. When I was based in Panama City, down there at Tyndall Air Force Base, we had to work out there on the flight line with the planes. Usually in January, February, it was really, it got down around 20 degrees sometimes out there and on that flight line. And we had a breeze, cool breeze out there too as well. So we had to wear all of our winter equipment with us, and
and we were still cold out there doing maintenance out there on the planes and everything. But I've got to say, you know, sometimes it does get really cold down there, and occasionally it does snow a little bit on the beach, even, you know, in Pensacola, Panama City area up there, and Tallahassee and all that up in there. It gets really cold down there sometimes. But yeah, it affects the oranges down there too. The orange crops, the orange trees down there, all the vegetables that they grow year round down there, or at least in the winter months. But a lot of freezing going on down there. But as we notice right now, orange juice isn't cheap. You know, we noticed that too. It's not cheap right now. But getting to Joe Biden and his pardons, I noticed that maybe they ought to look again, and they may find Joe Biden's name in there somewhere too in those pardons. You know, if they look really close, they may find his name in there, because that's the name really that he should have pardoned, if anybody. But you know, he's pretty confident, I guess, that he's not going to be brought up on any charges or anything like that. But I think they've got plenty to work with. I think James Comer has got every single name that he pardoned today. And he pardoned them today, 15 minutes before the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. And if we notice that Trump was not president until about 12:02, they had a little snafu there at the inauguration there, where they were a little late there. John Roberts was a little bit late, and he got over there in a real big hurry, and didn't even allow Trump to put his hand on the Bible that Melania was holding there before he got started.
Right.
And I guess Trump probably forgot a little bit to put his hand on the Bible. But it was a little bit of a snafu there that they come up with there, with especially Carrie Underwood there. She got out there on the stage there, and she's going to sing and get ready for the music to play. She was going to do a soundtrack on America the Beautiful there. But you know, she says after about a minute and a half, she's so good what she does. She's professional. And so she don't need the music. She said, y'all know the words. Let's go ahead and get started here, you know. And so she went ahead and sung the song without the music.
Beautifully.
So that just, beautifully. I mean, awesome rendition there of the song. And she did an awesome job. But, you know, getting back to Joe Biden there, he's sitting there with his smug look on his face. Kamala there sitting beside of him with the smug looks, and they just don't like anything that Trump's saying there. They're just really difficult to deal with, I tell you. And any plan that Joe Biden had anything to do with these hostages released here, okay, we noticed that they've kept 60 other hostages. They've held them back. Okay, they released 3 of probably their healthiest hostages that they have left. All right, and they handpicked them, and they brought them out and said, "Yeah, okay, here's the hostages, 3 of them." Okay, well, Trump, he probably what he ought to do here, in my opinion. This is my opinion. Okay, he ought to just say, okay, from now on, you know, we're not going to deal with this. Deal with Joe Biden, okay, on these hostages. They're saying that they have plans for 6 weeks from now to have them fully released. Well, this requires a close eye, okay, because there's going to be shots fired. I have a feeling the ceasefire is not going to be appropriate here, because there's going to be some issues in this time period.
Sure.
And Trump ought to just go ahead and do what he wants to do here about the hell to pay. Okay? And I really do believe that he could eliminate Hamas totally, Hezbollah totally, and the Houthis totally, along with anything that Iran tries to do. He ought to just level it, in my opinion. I think he ought to just level it and take care of the business as he sees fit right now. And that's my opinion. I think that he could handle the whole thing the same way that he did with ISIS. He had ISIS underneath his thumb, and then Biden opens it all back up with Afghanistan and all that debacle over there. And now China owns that airport over there in Afghanistan that we built right there. Now, isn't that something? Okay, Joe Biden, there's treason written all over his face. It's all over his face. He's got the words treason written all over his head. And then General Milley on top of that.
Yeah.
What was General Milley pardoned for? What did he pardon him for? Well, he said he was going to collaborate with the Chinese government, okay, and prevent Trump from doing what he wanted to do with China there, okay? And that was General Milley's deal. That's treason. That is clear-cut treason. And we need to call a spade and what it really is, instead of just beating around the bush with these people. And they need to be brought up where they need to be. And they have hidden the documents about January 6th, too, on Cheney, Liz Cheney, and all of those people that he pardoned on that, too, with that. But thank you for taking my call, Steve. We really appreciate you, buddy.
All right,
you
Carl,
got a good show.
Thank you much. Have a good morning. Looks like, Sylvester is going to be checking in here momentarily. We got the news break less than a minute away. Other events transpiring this past day. President-elect, now President Trump, according to the New York Post, suspending security clearances of the 51 intelligence officials who claimed, reporting tied to Hunter Biden's laptop had the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation back ahead of the 2020 election, suspending their security clearances. More on that coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Because
Okay, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Oh, there he is. Morning, Sylvester.
What's up, brother? How's it going?
Well, I ain't no warmer now than I was 24 hours ago.
Yeah. So the young lady that is coming over there to Milwaukee wasn't supposed to work today, but they called her in because someone else was sick. So I had a chance to chat with her. She said she spoke to her sister, and they were up in Marquette. Anyway, they were in what is that? Up in Minnesota somewhere. I guess they were playing a game or something. I don't know. And she was telling her sister that was minus 20 something Celsius. And I'm like going, yep, that sounds about right. And she's like, holy crap, boy, have I picked the wrong time to go to the States? And I said, oh, yeah, you'll be fine. That's what my wife says. You'll be fine. just wear a couple extra thermals. So first off, I want to say it's really good to hear intelligent callers like Philip. I really appreciate. And look, at some point, pass my number on to him or my contact information. I don't know if he's on Facebook or not. That's usually the cheapest and easiest way. But yeah, good guy. Like to be able to shake a man's hand at some point. You never know. So Starlink. Okay, the cheapest Starlink that's currently available is $80 a month. Is where he got this $9 a month. Personally, I think it's probably quarter of feces. But hey, it was on the internet, so hey, it had to be right. It had to be true. Yeah, of course. So, other than that, like I said, $80. So my work actually sells the Starlink Mini, as well as you can get the full size Starlink. It's $80 Australian for service. So what is that in US dollars? That's about, I don't know, about $50. So about $49, I think, for service. As far as the hardware goes, we had a sale. The Mini was for sale for like $200, I think, at one point, very recently. And we have this price match policy that if you can find a price of something, we'll not only match that price, but we'll beat it by 10%. So Starlink decided to have a big sale on it at the end, right after Christmas, and we had to match, and we sold out within 30 minutes, I think, because, of course, it gets on the internet, and then two friends tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and then suddenly the company I work for is out of Starlink. Almost bought one, but it didn't. I don't know if I'm ever going to need it. Now, I wanted to ask some clarification about something. Is it the Gulf of America or the Americas with an S? Because I've heard two different things.
That's a good question. I'll have to double check on that. I thought it was Gulf of America, but it may be. I'll look, yeah.
Right. Because people need to remember that the United States of America is not, we colloquially refer to it as America. I'm from America. It's not America. It's the United States of America. One other thing, too, something else I was going to say about that, and I can't remember. My cat decided she wanted to pounce, so I got distracted. But there was something else about it, Steve. Come on, man, you're supposed to remember. We did this yesterday. You're supposed to remember what I was going to say. But anyway, look, Steve, great show as always. I didn't get a chance to watch the inauguration. I was actually sleeping. But I'm going to say this, and I kind of posted this on a friend's timeline when she wrote how great it was that President Trump was inaugurated, et cetera, et cetera. That's all well and good, but we need to continue to maintain accountability. We can never, ever, ever give someone a blank check or give them carte blanche, which is the same thing, maybe the same thing. But we need to make sure that they continue, that any administration continues to do what they're supposed to do and uphold not just the principles that we have as a country, but also the Constitution of the United States. There's nothing more important than upholding that Constitution. Think of it. We've got 27 amendments. The 28th Amendment, contrary to what Biden thinks, was not passed. But we have to uphold it. If we don't uphold it, we have no value. If we do the same things that the Biden administration was doing, we're just as bad as they are. These people that walk around and go, well, what about this? What about that guy? What about this guy? I'm sorry, but we have to hold our people, our representatives, the president, et cetera, from our perspective on a higher, what's the word I'm looking for, Steve? A higher standard, period. We don't want people like Kennedy. We don't want people like Gary Hart. We don't want people like Soros, and that we want to have good quality in people with integrity. Anyway, Steve, absolutely great show. I've got for saying my mouth.
All right, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there from the land down under. And a reminder He told me it was supposed to be 78 degrees there Monday. All right, I'm looking here. During the inaugural address, President Trump vowed to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. There's not an S, Americas. And to rename Denali to Mount McKinley. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe, admiration of the entire world, he said. A short time from now, we will be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And we will be restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. That's all supposed to have been part of that cluster of executive orders he had signed there this past day, which there were a boatload. All right, there was a little bit of a snafu, which I noticed as he was taking the oath, and I didn't know if there was any significance or not. Apparently not. That his hand was not actually on the two Bibles that Melania was holding. And they kind of explain it away like this. Yeah, people were quick to question, thinking it might be a sign of Trump's departure from presidential norms. But if you were watching, everything indeed was kind of rushed. As I mentioned the Plowboy earlier, they were running about 20 minutes behind, and we had already hit the noon hour. And first of all, what's her name, who ended up singing a cappella, she had not sung God Bless America. Lee Greenwood had not performed God Bless the USA. So everything was shuffled. So here comes John Roberts, which some point out that he has a bit of a history of screwing up administering the presidential oath. Now, Roberts, Chief Justice Roberts, actually started the oath before Melania was there with the Bible, so they just kind of went with it. Yeah, she actually got there, it was nearly halfway through, and by that time, Trump was already doing it that way, so they just continued. I saw several posts. Chief Justice Roberts has a history of effing up the administration of the presidential oath. He rushed it today. They didn't even have the Bible or the family in place. If you'll recall, in Obama's first inauguration, he mumbled through parts of it. They actually had to redo it in the Oval Office a few hours later to make sure it took. Another post says Roberts is kind of a boob. Others didn't care much, confused by the outrage. I don't think it matters. Trump is obviously a Christian, and he still chose for the Bible to be there. They don't just bring a Bible and you can swear on it or not. If he chose the Bible to be present, that means he's swearing upon it. Another said, I'm not evangelical. What does it really mean anyway? Matthew 5 says to not swear an oath at all, but instead let your ayes be yes and no be no. Past presidents have sworn on the Holy Bible and betrayed their oath. I care about President Trump doing what he says, so. Yeah, it was set. The Bibles were there, but again, Melania wasn't in place. And Barham was, they were trying to get in place, the family and all. Why Roberts started as quickly as he did. But he was set to use both the family Bible that his mother had given to him way back in the 1950s and what is known as the Lincoln Bible, which was used by the 16th president back in 1861. Barack Obama used that Bible in 2009 and 2013. Not a big deal. I don't think the Constitution says you can't choose or choose not to swear in on the Bible. But Pappy joins us here Good morning.
What's happening, Steve? Man, I'm out here near Whitewater Forest, Crosby Township. I don't know if you got my email, but
Yes.
it's zero degrees on this cruiser, man.
You don't have any temperature.
No. Man. Well, Steve, I think I sent you an email about 4:30 yesterday morning saying you watch by 10 a.m. Biden will pardon his family and Fauci.
Yep.
Sure enough. All the January 6th investigators, what the heck, Steve? Hey, by the way, amen, Sylvester. Amen, brother. I'm with you 100% there, man. Steve, you know the January 6th hearing, I don't know if I brought this up or not. You know not one time that they even brought up that pipe bomb that was laid, them 2 pipe bombs that were laid that day.
The January 6th
Never mentioned.
Totally overlooked it, like it never happened.
Yep. Steve, if information that is coming out turns out to be true, there's a lot of evidence suggesting this. But if this is true, Fauci's probably responsible for the death of millions of people, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you talked about like Dr. Evil, man, in a movie, right? Steve, that's just like exonerating all the Nazis that marched the Jews into the gas chamber. Give them all pardons. I remember seeing a video with Fauci years ago when HIV and the AIDS virus started coming out. See, there was a video with him telling any family members that are living with someone that had the HIV virus, they're in danger. It can be spread by close contact. In other words, kissing, touching, feeling, all that kind of stuff. That you can get infected. Remember when all that was going around, everybody was scared to death.
Absolutely.
Turns out, well, that ain't true. Seen some other evidence, Steve, that Fauci's responsible for that HIV virus. So, Steve, I don't know if anything can happen. The big guy didn't pardon himself, did he?
Nothing that I have seen indicates that. That's one thing Carl just brought up. He said, I mean, we gotta look thoroughly through all this last-minute action to see if Joe's name was actually inserted in there somewhere. But nothing has been reported to that.
That's very interesting.
Just all the family members, oddly enough.
Yeah, go figure, right? Blanket pardons, too, probably, to all his family members that he has no clue about any of their financial. Steve, let's just hypothesize here that the Biden crime family is a Biden crime family, okay? That there were crimes committed, and that there were crimes committed by these January 6th hearing, people that were involved in that, and that there were crimes committed by Fauci. I wonder if the big guy could be prosecuted for obstructing justice by pardoning all these people. he's allowed to pardon them, but if they can prove there's serious crimes committed, I wonder if they could jack him up on obstructing justice. I don't know. Things to ponder, I guess. But listen,
I'm looking at a copy here, and I did not realize it's kind of like a play right from the Hunter Biden pardon, but this one says Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, a full and unconditional pardon for any offense against the United States which he may have committed or taken part in during the period January 1, 2014 through the date of this pardon, arising from or in any manner related to his service as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, or the White House COVID-19 response team, or as chief medical advisor to the president. Why 2014?
Steve, remember a month or so ago, I read a couple things to you about what he done in 2014. That year came up. Steve, there's probably stuff prior to 2014 if they dig deep enough. But here's another good question now. As far as Fauci goes, can international law step in here? He can pardon federal charges from the United States government, but I don't think he can pardon him from international violation of humanity. So, I'm just saying, man, we can't let this guy get away if these things are true. I believe they are, but what do I know? But with all that negative stuff said, Steve, let's talk about the positives, man. This was definitely a great day in the history of the United States. Great time to be alive, to be witness, to live through this amazing political comeback of our now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord, Steve. I ain't kidding here, man. We dodged a serious bullet. We can't lay back, man. We got to go full steam ahead here. We don't know what the future can bring. We know, hopefully, that our future is going to be bright ahead of us. As long as we're going to have to see how much these rhinos. I'm not too worried about the Democrats right now because we got power. We got the power now. So how much of these rhinos are going to stop Trump from trying to do what he needs to do and wants to do? So keep an eye on things. So, but a great day to be alive, man. Live through all this. Something else. It's going to go down in the record book, Steve. You'll be 90 years old, Steve. Your grandkids will be coming up to you, asking you, tell us about back in the 1925 when Trump won there, Grandpa.
Right.
Great Grandpa, right? All right, brother. Hey, I appreciate you taking the call, man. You're getting close to the top of the hour. Everybody stay warm. Praise the Lord. God bless you, United States of America. Thanks, Steve.
And the key there, stay warm. Wow. Yep. All right, what else? It wasn't all just inaugural activities this past day. I'm looking, apparently the Senate Armed Services Committee had voted 14-13 along party lines Monday to advance President Trump's defense secretary nominee, Pete Hegseth. So Hegseth now awaits a vote from the Senate floor. The full Senate to advance confirmation. Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat from Michigan who's a member of the panel, called the vote disappointing. For a couple of reasons. Says, one, we think there's some additional information that's likely to come out in the next few days that could be very troubling. And I think people have a right to know what that is. And two, I believe all my Democrat colleagues requested meetings with Mr. Hegseth. Certainly my schedule was wide open. We said, give us a time. We're willing to meet whenever it works for you. And we never heard back. Now, the Hill reported Hegseth met with the Democrat ranking member of the committee, Senator Jack Reed, but no others from the party. Senator Tim Kaine, another Democrat member of the panel, argued that Republicans should not have waived the customary 7-day grace period from a nominee's hearing, which is meant to allow adequate time for review and deliberation. Since Hegseth met with only one Democrat on the committee, Kaine said he didn't even have the courtesy to meet with the minority members. But the majority voted to waive it anyway. All right, this isn't over until we get to the floor. I'm energized, he says. But they don't have, Republicans have the majority, right? The Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee voting 13-2 yesterday to approve Trump's pick for the Department of Homeland Security, and that is Kirsty Noem. The path now opens for the Senate to confirm Noem in a full floor vote. So it sounds like her vote was pretty much across party lines. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
I may not do the deal, or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. TikTok was banned over concerns its Chinese parent company could pose a national security threat. The first hostages released by Hamas are said to be in good health. NBC's Danielle Hamanjian reports that 3 women have been set free as part of a ceasefire deal with Israel. That includes 28-year-old Emily Damari.
She was seen with a big smile on her face, her hand bandaged after having lost 2 fingers when she was shot on October 7th, the day she was, of course, abducted as well. Her mom saying this morning, Emily is doing much better than any of us could have anticipated.
Under the terms of the agreement, the first phase will involve the release of 33 hostages in exchange for 1,900 Palestinian prisoners. At least 2 Americans are among the hostages expected to be released in the coming days. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the 2 sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
Over 80% of its members voted to authorize a strike starting February 1st, the day after their current contract expires. The union says the 2 sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
It could take weeks to confirm all of Trump's cabinet picks.
This is according to Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott. Says he thinks the Democrats to obstruct based on what he witnessed during the hearings last week. Those included committee hearings for fellow Floridian Pam Bondi to be the next U.S. Attorney General and Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says his administration is going after price gougers taking advantage of residents displaced by the wildfires.
In a town hall Sunday, Newsom asked Angelenos to notify authorities that they encounter landlords charging high rents in the aftermath of the fires.
The Attorney General needs to come after them. It is against the law to do that. If they were advertising a rent before this tragedy, they cannot charge these exorbitant prices. They cannot.
He added that his office has taken action to ban price gouging, but now it's about enforcing those measures and holding people accountable. Newsom also said he issued an executive order on Saturday halting evictions of renters sheltering displaced people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump has officially signed executive orders that change Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley, and the Gulf of Mexico is now officially the Gulf of America. The White House says the move will honor American greatness, while the text of the executive order says the move is in national interest to promote the extraordinary heritage of our nation and ensure future generations of American citizens celebrate the legacy of our American heroes. Mount McKinley was renamed Denali in 2015 by President Obama. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome into a new day on the West Coast. That would be a Tuesday. 21st day of January. Speaking of the West Coast, there's Santa Claus, top of the morning. Steve, hello from Sacramento. A little bit breezy, 4 to 44 degrees here. All right, Santa Claus out. We spoke to Sylvester a few minutes ago. He said, hey, buddy, there's one more thing. Forgot to mention, we've got a great comet visible down here. My beautiful bride and I are going to be going out tonight, trying to get some photos. All right, visible in the southern hemisphere, in other words. Very good. All right, we've got clear lines as we kick another hour off at 844-844-3388. Now we'll get more on the red flag warnings, Santa Ana winds, another event that is underway this Tuesday morning. First, under industry headlines, there is a full coalition of trucking trade groups calling on President Trump to take action to halt the proposed plan to require speed limiting devices. Now, at this point in time, the FMCSA is expected to publish this notice of proposed rulemaking for heavy vehicle speed limiters sometime this spring of 25. Of course, they've kicked the can time after time after time. That would require that any commercial vehicle with a gross vehicle weight of 26,001 pounds or more be equipped with an electronic engine control unit, an ECU, that will be capable of governing speed to a limit to be determined during that rulemaking process. Now, of course, with Trump now in the White House, trucking groups are calling on him to continue the deregulatory policies he established in his first term. Specifically, they want Trump to put the brakes on the speed limiter mandate. In the letter, a coalition of trucking and business trade groups, spearheaded by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, called on Trump to halt the speed limiter mandate for a number of reasons, arguing the rule would result in reduced highway safety, also making it harder for trucking companies to recruit and retain truck drivers. Also pointing out that the speed limiter mandate would increase traffic congestion and slow freight movement across the country. Dear President Trump, we write to ask you to take deregulatory action by indefinitely postponing and ultimately rescinding the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's proposed mandate for speed limiters on all heavy-duty commercial vehicles. This mandate will be bad for safety, driver retention, and supply chain performance. While a speed limiter mandate may be thought as something affecting only the trucking industry, this proposal would apply to every commercial truck weighing over 26,000 pounds. Our coalition represents the numerous industries that would be subject to this mandate, including agricultural, construction, and materials, along with small, medium, and large trucking companies. In 2016, the Obama administration initiated this rulemaking to restrict all heavy-duty commercial vehicles to a single top speed across the country. Upon assuming office in 2017, your administration wisely removed this rulemaking from the agenda and took no further action. Unfortunately, in May of 22, the FMCSA revived this mandate with a new notice, again proposing to limit heavy-duty vehicles to a single speed. We ask you again, remove and ultimately rescind this NPRM from the DOT's regulatory agenda. They go on down to the why it would make roads less safe. That this mandate was ultimately going to slow freight movement across the country. To account for this, more trucks will be needed to carry the same amount of freight in the same amount of time, which would increase congestion. All these effects would unnecessarily hamper economic growth under your leadership. In short, this mandate will be harmful for America's truckers and small businesses. It will be counterproductive to improving roadway safety. As you consider deregulatory action in your initial days in office, our coalition believes stopping this mandate would be an ideal way to start. Signed off in alphabetical order, the Agriculture Retailers Association, the American Pipeline Contractors Association, Associated Equipment Distributors, Midwest Truckers Association, the National Aquaculture Association, National Asphalt Pavement Association, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, National Ready Mix Concrete Association, National Utility Contractors, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the Power and Communications Contractors Association, and on and on. So I think you get the gist there. Quite the coalition. We'll see what the response. I have a sneaky suspicion if this second Trump term is going to be anything like his first. Remember when he made that, one of his initial, I think it might have been one of those first day orders, was for any new regulations to proceed in D.C., 2 existing regulations had to be scrapped. And that really put a hiatus on new regulations during that 4-year period. Rolling up on 13 past the hour. It is 844-3388. Well, there's Daryl. How are you staying warm, Daryl?
I got about 3 quilts on my bed. As a landlord, I get real nervous whenever the weather drops below zero. If there's any wind, it freezes water pipes, especially copper water pipes.
Yes.
And creates a mess. What's the name of the hill going off of the bridge over the Ohio River at Cincinnati?
Oh, the cut in the hill, they call it.
Yeah, does it have a name other than the cut in the hill?
Not that I'm aware of. Just, I guess, I-71, I-71-75, cut in the hill.
I never knew the name of it, but I battled that thing going to Dallas, Texas, and Greensboro, North Carolina, many a day and night.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine all the trucks lined up behind each other going up a single lane of that hill.
That would be a mess.
Because there's
a mess, Daryl. Absolutely.
There is some slow trucks hauling steel and hauling equipment in the slow lane, and you have to get around them. They used to charge you $50 if you were in the speed lane going up that hill.
Mm-hmm.
So we stayed out of the speed lane, but it's about 4 lanes going up off the bridge.
And still the signage today is trucks must use right 2 lanes. They let you use 2 of them.
Yeah, you have to. Our traffic would be backed up to the Pitts Bridge to the top of the hill. That's where common sense comes in, Steve, and I don't know that, but what it's in short supply up there in D.C.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that me and you will ever live to drive across the Betts-Spritz new bridge?
The new bridge? That's a good question. That might be questionable there, Daryl.
Have they ever started moving any dirt or doing anything at all for the new bridge?
I thought somewhere down the line a few months ago that, they had like turned the first shovel. I'm not sure how much progress they've made.
I understand it'll be 2032 before we get to drive across the bridge, and I'm not sure I'm going to make it to 32. I'm leaving Thursday to go to El Salvador for 2 weeks, so I won't be checking in with you.
Really?
I don't know that my phone works over there. I'm going to be in a village of 4,000 feet, 1 hour from the Pacific Ocean. I'm going with a friend, and he's going to visit his mother, and I'm going to accompany him. And if I'm not back, it's been good to know you, Steve.
El Salvador, I was going to say, is it like a missionary type of thing or just a visit?
No, it's just a visit with a friend.
Yeah.
I've known him for 7 years, and he's going to see his mother. He hadn't been there since 2012. He said I might have to sleep in a hammock, so I'm taking me a little pillow with me.
Yeah, wow.
How is Stryker, and how's the family doing?
Everybody doing well. Thank you very much. Stryker officially has a new friend, which, unlike my turbo that took to Ace like a daddy, Stryker wasn't at all pleased with the new pup in the house.
Oh, I see. Territory, huh?
I suppose. Well, Stryker's got a job to do anyway, so they much like the case was before Layla passing. Stryker does not get run of the house. They thought that they might be able to, let him come upstairs and whatnot now, but he was not at all happy. So they got to keep him apart. Yeah.
Well, I sent in my gift to Haverkamp in memory of his
Layla.
dog that he picked up in Germany.
Yep,
I know he wasn't a K9, but I wanted to remember him, and I sent that in the other day and got message that they'd received it. So
that's great. Thank you
just
so much.
Pass that
Darryl.
along to your son, and thank you for the show, Steve. I enjoy it thoroughly, and I'll miss it for the next 2 weeks.
Hey, if you got a smartphone and it works, it's download the app, overnightdriveradio.com. There, you could tune in anywhere. I don't know if the
Philip does enough.
I kind of wonder what the cell service. It probably is quite lacking where he's heading, especially if he's going to be sleeping in a hammock. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
I spoke to one of our listening friends, first-time caller here, a couple of nights ago. Talking about hauling chickens and the poultry farm, where they were going to have to call another, I think 2 million plus chickens. They were talking about egg prices. They ain't going to be going down anytime soon. Word this past day, for the first time since 2022, when the outbreak began, bird flu hit a poultry producer in Georgia, which is the nation's top state for chicken production. The Department of Agriculture announcing that they've detected a case of highly pathogenic avian influenza at a commercial poultry producer in Elbert County. That's about 100 miles northeast of Atlanta. They had suspended all poultry exhibitions, shows, swaps, meets, sales. Now, the virus has been detected 4 times in Georgia, but only in backyard flocks previously, including among 13 chickens and ducks earlier this month in Clayton County, south of Atlanta. But the Georgia Agriculture Commissioner says in a news release, this is a serious threat to Georgia's #1 industry and the livelihoods of thousands of Georgians who make their living in our state's poultry industry. Now, the producer first noticed clinical signs of bird flu last Wednesday at the Elbert County location. The Georgia Poultry Laboratory Network confirmed a positive virus detection the following afternoon, which the U.S. Department of Agriculture's National Veterinary Service Lab confirmed on Friday. This particular site had about 45,000 broiler breeders when bird flu was detected. Now, they sent the state agriculture response team out there last Friday to the site to conduct depopulation, cleaning and disinfecting, as well as disposal operations. In other words, they killed them all. All commercial poultry operations within a 6.2-mile radius are under quarantine and will undergo at least 2 weeks of surveillance testing. The Georgia Poultry Federation president said in a statement Saturday that they are cooperating with state and federal officials, and there are already testing processes in place to make sure all chicken products sold for consumption are safe to eat. The Federation represents producers across the state. That approach to protecting the safety of poultry products produced in Georgia will continue throughout this response and beyond. Now, spokesperson for the Georgia Department of Agriculture said it does not provide the name of an affected site when a disease breaks out to prevent any unauthorized access to the operation that could trigger a wider spread and to protect the farmer from harassment. Nationwide, the virus has now been detected in 84 commercial and backyard flocks in just the last month. 10.7 million birds on those sites, according to the latest online data from the Department of Agriculture. They've also been confirmed in dozens of dairy farms once again. While human cases are rare, mostly found among those farm workers. We had the one in Louisiana over the age of 65, and that's interesting how they just say that. I don't know, was he 70? Was he 90? I don't know. Who has died from the bird flu, but also had some pre-existing conditions prior to coming down with the bird flu. All right, thought we'd have a boatload of folks wanting to jump in this morning when, in light of the inauguration this past day, it's been relatively quiet. Knucklebuster is back with us. We'll get you. Let's get through the news break first. That gives us an opportunity. Let's head out west. Again, the Santa Ana winds will increase into today, Tuesday, bringing the threat of wind gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour across those prone mountain regions surrounding L.A., spanning from Ventura to San Diego counties. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds can occur. The latest event will be typical of most, with much of Los Angeles Basin being somewhat sheltered. Unlike the hurricane-force winds that fueled the infernos a couple weeks ago, the overall wind threat is expected to persist through the day today, beginning to see a reduction later Tuesday evening. As a result of the windy conditions over the upcoming days across Southern California, the wildfire threat will remain elevated for much of this week. And, of course, due to the ongoing dryness and winds, an extreme fire risk will exist from north and east of L.A. to east of San Diego. But updates on the active fires. The Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. As of Monday morning, the Palisades was up to 59% containment. The Eaton fire up to 87% contained. A lot of progress has been made. Those dry conditions are still in place combined with the winds. The number one concern is going to be fires. Any fire that starts in the areas will be difficult to impossible to control. Also, in addition to the fire threat, they're warning that concerns regarding air quality are still heightened. Strong winds will easily pick up the ash left behind by these numerous destroyed structures, especially from the Palisades fire. That ash can become airborne, creating a serious health risk wherever the ash is blown to. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a brand new day. All right, Tuesday is upon us. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. by doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got your email there, Knucklebuster. That's quite interesting. Is this kind of how it begins? Leadership changes. This is a Fox exclusive. It says the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard has been terminated over concerns about the border, recruitment, and an erosion of trust. According to a senior Homeland Security official, Admiral Linda Lee Fagan, 61 years old, terminated by the acting Secretary of Homeland Security. Fagan has demonstrated leadership deficiencies, operational failures, and the inability to advance the strategic objectives of the Coast Guard. These include the failure to address border security threats, insufficient leadership in recruitment and retention, mismanagement in acquiring key acquisitions such as icebreakers and helicopters, and excessive focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and an erosion of trust over the mishandling and the cover-up of Operation Fouled Anchor, which was the Coast Guard's internal investigation into sexual assault cases at the Coast Guard Academy. Now, the Homeland Security official said Fagan had significant failures in recruiting personnel, which worsened issues related to operational readiness, the lack of innovative strategies to address retention struggles in critical specialties, weakened workforce sustainability. Under her leadership, there were also persistent delays and cost overruns in acquiring essential platforms. As we mentioned, icebreakers, helicopters, that the official said undermine Coast Guard capabilities in the Arctic and other strategic regions. The official further cited inadequate accountability for acquisition failures that were highlighted during President Trump's first administration. Fagan also made DEI policies a priority, including at the Coast Guard Academy, which diverted resources and focus from operational essentials. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, if she had any real friends, they'd have told her to join the Marine Corps, and she wouldn't be having these problems now. And then she'd have been labeled as a BAM. That's a broad, a Marine, right?
Okay.
That's what they called them when I was in there. Well, I'm going to get myself in a bunch of trouble this morning. I'll shut up on all that. Anyway, I mean, there's going to be a bunch of people lose jobs, see, because they're going to, not only are they going to just retire, but they're going to, she probably run her mouth and said she didn't agree with Trump, right?
Absolutely. Well, the DEI thing, they're going to go through. They said they're going to weed out all this military leadership that focused on the DEI crap.
Yep, well, they need to. Get rid of them, get them gone. Let's make America stronger. When I was in, they were preaching peace through superiority, and I believe that's the way to be, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So, hold on, Mr. Carter's trying to run over me. I guess I ain't going fast enough for him. I'm doing the speed limit. So, let me talk about Darrell for a minute. If he's going down there to South America, he better get him an international plan, and them things are not cheap either, because if he just goes down there and uses his cell phone on theirs, when he gets back, he probably won't own a house, a car, or nothing. He'll be selling it all to pay that bill off, right?
Yeah, that's true. When we took the cruise, we had everybody. You put your phone in like airplane mode or whatever. We had to make a phone call. So the princess used my cell phone, and it was about a 10-minute call, and I think it was like $50-$60 for that 10 minutes. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Hey, they don't work for cheap, right?
Yep.
Well, I got a question. Was Sylvester implying that Philip was your only intelligent caller? Because he only named Philip, so.
I don't think he was alluding to he being the only intelligent caller.
Oh, I know that. I'm just kidding around. Well, I can only speak for myself, but, I might take offense to that. But Horsefeller's might too, since he's like me, always saying, well, let's find a more intelligent caller, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but he'll have to speak for himself there. So, anyway, I got 27 miles to Memphis, brother. We're going to keep right on trucking this. And it's still snowing out here, but it's just real like little flurries. You can only see it with your headlights there. Roads and the bridges are not bad, but I'm worried about that Hernando de Soto bridge there on I-40 going into Memphis back in 1976, I believe it was. I had my mama in the car with me, my daddy in the car with me, and we were driving over into Memphis, and the roads were just clear as a bell until we hit that I-40 bridge, Steve, and it was solid as sheet of ice. Well, that car I was driving, it started sliding all over the road. My daddy was over there, just take it easy, take it easy. And my mama was in the back seat. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. But anyway, I got it straightened out. We got on across that bridge, but she said she was in the back praying harder than she had ever prayed before in her life.
Yeah, scary.
Yep, I know that's right. All right, Steve, you got a great show going, brother. I'm going to keep listening in. I might get to the yard early, but I'll still be listening in. Have a great morning, brother. We'll try to call you in that loneliest hour if I get a chance.
All right, yes, so I guess my duty is what? I'm supposed to go try to find a more intelligent caller? Oh, wait a minute. That never happens. Hey, morning.
Oh, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, it doesn't usually come to me that way. So, anyways, so did we ever determine whether yesterday was possibly the greatest day ever?
I'd say yesterday was a good day. I think everything unfolded well.
Yep, I think so as well, too. So, if we have an acting Homeland Security Director, does that mean that Mr. Mayorkas isn't there anymore?
That's a good question. I don't know that. I know Christopher Wray stepped down. I can't remember if Mayorkas stepped aside or not.
Okay. Did Mayorkas get a pardon? Did you hear if he got a pardon or not?
I did not see him on that list.
All right. Well, maybe Biden left a couple of his buddies out there to hang out there to drive, possibly. I don't know. We'll have to see. There can't be too many, though, from the way it sounded there, because I think he just said that if you were born, lived in, or had passed through Washington, D.C., you got a presumptive, is that what it is, or presumptive pardon? You can't be charged with, you don't have to go to court for anything that
preemptive
you might have done or have
preemptive pardon. Yes,
preemptive. Yeah, a preemptive. Yeah, I think. But what was it? You either had to be born or lived in or maybe passed through once or twice, something like that. I think it's covered everybody there. I guess Pappy was right on the mark there, saying that that today, or I guess it was yesterday's now, the Monday's pardons there. We're going to include his brother Jim and the rest of the family and Liz Cheney and Dr. Fauci and
correct.
Yep. Yeah, I guess Pappy was right on track there for that one.
The entire January 6th committee. That's so. Old pencil neck Adam Schiff would have been in the mix there, right? Everyone, Liz Cheney, all that were participating in that.
And Nancy Pelosi. So, was Nancy Pelosi around today at all to get the first pen? If I remember, the first time that Trump was signing the executive orders there back in 8 years ago, I think she knocked 2 or 3 people over to get to the desk to get the first pen. And I was just wondering if she got the first pen this time around. But anyways, I kind of doubt she was kind of wanting to be there. But it was kind of fun listening to the Fox announcers there. We didn't saw a little bit of the build up there at the Capital One Center there before I headed out, and so that was kind of fun to watch there. And then I got to listen to some of the Fox announcers there and Hannity and everything. Earlier, we got to listen to Jesse Waters, and then Sean Hannity came on, and he was saying how much the crying was going on down the way there in the CNN broadcasting area. Said there was a whole lot of crying going on down there, so maybe we'll have to tune into some of the other side there. Maybe maybe we should watch The View today and see,
Oh
see what
boy,
The View has
yeah,
to say.
that's what we need.
I mean,
I saw I saw a clip from somebody shared where MSNBC. You had Rachel Maddow, and I think it was what's her name, Joy Reid. They are, I mean, like in meltdown mode. How can this be happening in this country?
Again.
Yes.
Again. But anyway, so speaking of these preemptive pardons, did you happen to hear that the recording of both Chuck Schumer and former President Biden saying that the worst thing that a president could do is to enact a preemptive pardon there because it would set a precedent that all the following presidents would be able to use to protect family members and other people that are in the government. Did you happen to catch it? There's actually a full recording of them saying that from 4 years ago when it was when they were worried about President Trump going to be doing that for himself and all the January 6th stuff
And all his family and his family members, right? Because they were wanting to go after his family.
Yep. Exactly. And they said how bad and how wrong that would be. So I don't know. Where was Chuck Schumer coming out against President Biden doing that? How come he? I don't know. Anyways, so I don't know. Other than that, not a whole lot going on. It's chilly, but not quite as cold as what we thought we were supposed to be getting yet, because we're only down into the middle teens right now. We've been bouncing somewhere between 15 and 17 all night, but it's pretty clear sky. Got half a moon out there through the a little bit of a patchy clouds every now and then. But other than that, not sure exactly what's going on with the gas industry here. So the problem with when temperatures get to be at this point, the refineries actually have to use the propane in the refineries to keep their operations running. They have to, produce their own heat, and they cut back on the amount they send out to the open market. So they, in order to produce the gasoline and fuel oil and diesel fuel and asphalt and things, the byproduct of propane actually gets used in the refinery for the heating process in the refinery. So I got a feeling by the end of the week that we might start to see a little bit more shortages. We might be a little tighter on our supply of what we have to deliver. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to go on with the relief hours of service. With this whole storm going across the south down there, and this cold being that far south, the refineries down in that area are going to be limited on the amount of propane that they're going to release into the market. So I got a feeling with this nationwide, waiver that we had that there's a good possibility we might end up with an extension on this one. So guess we'll have to kind of wait and see what goes on there at the end of next week with that. But anyways, I don't know. We're out here. We're running like a what is that called? The high-speed, chrome-plated, overloaded bull. What does he go by?
That's right. That's it.
I don't know. So, anyways, other than that, Your Honor, we'll let you continue on looking for your intelligent caller. You don't need to stop here anywhere. So.
All right, we'll see what we can come up with. Who will it be? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Rolling toward news break as we wind down another hour. In response to those flurry of last-second pardons, the likes to include the entire Biden family, James Comer, the Kentucky Republican congressman, accusing former President Biden of shielding his relatives with those last-minute pardons, calling it an admission of guilt in the alleged influence peddling operation. Of course, he's the one that's been delving into this for months and months. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee leveled serious allegations against Biden this past day, asserting that the outgoing commander-in-chief granted preemptive pardons to 7 members of the family in what he described as the influence peddling scheme. In the studio appearance with Rob Schmidt tonight, he said it's wild. He pardoned his whole family. So he's pardoned 7 Biden family members. Our investigation found that 10 Biden family members, including Joe, received money through influence peddling schemes that were laundered through a series of shell companies, then deposited in Biden family members' bank accounts through incremental payments. These pardons constitute an admission of guilt. He said Joe Biden lied to the American people. He said he would not pardon his family. You go back even further. He said he had no idea what his family did for a living. He said he never met any of these people. Our investigation proved he met all the people. He also pointed to corroborating IRS whistleblower testimony, saying the IRS whistleblowers testified that they never paid any taxes on this money. This is the biggest public corruption story in my lifetime. And today was the exclamation point by Joe Biden pardoning his entire family preemptively. Now, in one of his final acts before leaving office, issuing a series of pardons just hours before Trump returns to the White House. As we had mentioned earlier, in addition to the Biden family members, the former chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, former Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley, several officials who served on the Congressional Committee investigating January 6th. In a statement, Biden called potential federal prosecutions against these officials baseless and politically motivated. So obviously, that's why they all needed a pardon. It is so blatant. Several days ago, we had shared where the FBI had officially announced just hours before Trump takes office that they had closed their Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office. Several days ago, then President-elect Trump demanded the FBI to preserve all records from that office, taking to Truth Social to call for the preservation of records. He said, quote, "We demand the FBI preserve and retain all records, documents, and information on the now closing DEI office. Never should have been opened, and if it was, should have closed long ago." Why is it that they're closing one day before the inauguration of a new administration? The reason is corruption, he says. Now, he linked that to a Mediaite story, citing Fox News, detailing that the FBI had shuttered their DEI office in December. Back in 23, Trump said he would eliminate all these DEI programs across the federal government. His mandate election seems to have led to the self-purging of DEI in, of course, both government and the private sector, with many big businesses backing off on their DEI programs. Of course, you got Zuckerberg with Meta, who said he was immediately nixing all their DEI programs. And, of course, McDonald's, Jeff Bezos, Amazon, and a flurry of others. But all right, news break. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Donald Trump has taken immediate action after returning to the presidency.
Hours after his inauguration Monday, Trump signed several executive orders, including one that grants pardons to roughly 1,500 people who were convicted in the January the 6th riots.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Yes. Full pardon.
He also signed an executive order that designates drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Earlier on Monday, he signed an order that rescinds almost 80 of former President Biden's executive actions. Thousands of supporters cheered when Trump said they're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Researchers at the University of Virginia say a relatively new technology can help doctors treat type 1 diabetes.
A study published this month by researchers at the Center for Diabetes Technology analyzed data from a 10-year study involving more than 1,400 diabetes patients. The research showed that keeping blood sugar levels within a certain range helped patients avoid complications like blindness and kidney damage. UVA researchers are recommending the use of continuous glucose monitors to help doctors identify and treat patients with a higher risk of diabetes complications. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Governor Kathy Hochul is talking about raising up New Yorkers on this Martin Luther King Day.
In a speech at Harlem's Convent Avenue Baptist Church on Monday, Hochul talked about carrying Martin Luther King Jr.'s torch of justice.
Ready to stand up and channel the spirit of Dr. King.
The governor says she plans to put money back in the pockets of struggling New Yorkers. She promised to give families with a child under 4 $1,000 a year to offset expenses and to funnel a $500 rebate to families. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Ohio State Buckeyes have won the college football playoffs. OSU defeated Notre Dame 34-23 to win the national title. That's the school's 9th. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Protesters took to the streets in New York as Trump was taking his oath.
A large crowd braved the cold to attend a rally organized by the group The People's Forum in Washington Square Park. Demonstrators called for defending the rights of workers, immigrant families, women, and the LGBTQ+ community. In his inaugural address, Trump said he'd declare a national emergency at the southern border, deport millions of immigrants, and end birthright citizenship. He also said his administration will only acknowledge 2 genders. Kristen Marks.
Members of the Biden family have pardons as part of one of Joe Biden's final acts as president.
In a statement, Biden said, "My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats." He went on to say he has no reason to believe the attacks would end. Those who got pardons include his brothers, James Biden and Francis Biden, along with his sister, Valerie Biden Owens. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Russian President Vladimir Putin congratulated Donald Trump on this inauguration day.
In a video call with Russia's Security Council, Putin blamed outgoing President Biden for damaging the U.S. relationship with Moscow and noted Trump's comments about restoring talks with Russia. Biden has held off on direct dialogue with Russia after its invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we kick off that final hour, we take you all the way back to May of 2020, when then President Donald Trump sided with owner-operators that were aligning the National Mall with their rigs. At the time, protesting price gouging by the brokers. Recall that? He actually appeared on Fox and Friends at the time, and he said all they want is to be treated fairly, and we're going to treat them fairly. They're great people. They're successful. They've got these big, beautiful trucks. They're not asking for much, so we're going to take care of them. Well, here we are, almost 5 years later. Today, January 21 of 2025, the comment period will end on the FMCSA's broker transparency rulemaking that was ruled out last year in response to petitions filed by small business truckers during the 2020 protests. This, of course, as we've been highlighting, would impose tough new standards on the contracts between brokers and shippers with the goal of giving carriers easier access to rate information. All right, following the comment period, which ends today, the day after Trump's inauguration, the FMCSA, his FMCSA, will have to decide whether to issue a final rule, delay action, or revoke it altogether. It is unclear if his administration will continue to support truckers on the issue. Now, if in a statement here from the Transportation Intermediaries Association that lobbies on behalf of the brokers, and they are adamantly against this proposal. He says if there's anybody who thinks they can predict what President Trump is going to do, they probably are not going to be in any industry very long. Speaking last week on a webinar panel hosted by the National Industrial Transportation League, they were talking about the prospects of the proposed rule. Now, he acknowledged Trump's siding with truckers in May of 2020. just after the beginning of the pandemic when freight rates had plummeted due to overcapacity in the trucking market. Trump was also facing re-election. Many saw his attention to the issue as maybe trying to placate a portion of the voter base that included owner-operators at the time. So we don't know. We're educating where we can. We're working with Trump's transition team. We will work with likely soon-to-be Transportation Secretary Duffy and folks at the FMCSA. But predicting where President Trump's going on this, we're not sure. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, representing the Small Business and Transportation Coalition, sought the rulemaking from the FMCSA to allow truckers greater access to freight rate information, arguing that while those rates are determined by supply and demand, the FMCSA's lack of enforcement of the existing broker transparency regulations has indeed harmed truckers and benefited brokers. Now, we're not suggesting this is going to set rates or guarantee certain rates. We support the free market, but we're trying to even the playing field that truckers are not systematically negotiating with one hand behind their backs. In agreeing to issue the rulemaking, the FMCSA stated that it cannot replace prudent business judgment of shippers, brokers, and carriers. However, the brokered freight transportation industry requires a certain degree of trust to operate efficiently. Trust is indeed eroded when carriers are prevented from seeing the charges and the payments associated with the service they're providing. On top of creating mistrust, unsubstantiated and suspicious charges levying on carriers divert resources to paying or litigating the charges that could otherwise be spent providing safe, efficient transportation. Okay, it's kind of a slippery slope according to some. The NITL General Counsel Karen Booth said she's skeptical that the FMCSA under the Trump administration would make expanding oversight of private contract terms a priority. They really need to be focused on safety and fraud. That makes a lot more sense of where to put the resources. Again, this is the group adamantly against the rule. There's a wider slippery slope argument to be made as well. Where does it go from here? Do you move to the ocean industry and start requiring disclosure of ocean freight forwarder rates? What about all the other industries that use middlemen, the travel industry, the finance industry, real estate? What is the precedent being set here? Is it a good idea, she asks. Certainly from my perspective, she says, when you have a robustly competitive industry, it's very unusual for the federal government to come in and dictate disclosure of proprietary commercial terms that are negotiated privately between two parties and then giving that information to a third party. All right, two sides to every story. We'll see where it goes. But again, today is the final day to comment on that if you have not done so. Well, there he is, Eagle. Good morning.
Okay, yeah, I got in a little bit late tonight. I fell asleep. Watched the football game tonight, getting kind of late. Took a nap. Before I get to politics, talk about sports right quick. Ohio State, they clearly was the best team. I told you that last week. Notre Dame shouldn't have even been there, as far as a lot of people are concerned. The game wasn't as close as the score looked. They got a couple of cheap scores at the end of the game to make it look like it was a closer game than what it really was. But Ohio State really dominated the game. They had the best players. You could clearly see that. Ohio State was a better team. And Ryan Day, I'm glad for him. Get these idiots off his back, trying to get him fired because he's one of the best coaches in college football. And just because he didn't beat Michigan don't mean he should lose his job. So all those losers in they hated Ohio State, now they can find something else to complain about because Ryan Day is staying in Ohio State unless he get an NFL job. He might go ahead and move on to the NFL. Now that he's won at college, there's several NFL teams that's interested in his services, so he might make that jump to the NFL. We'll see what takes place with that. But congratulations to Ohio State. They're definitely the best team this year. Now, I've been waiting for this day. I told you that, Steve, a long time ago. I've been waiting for this day for 4 years since who did what he did in 2020, and he got in the White House, and it was 4 years of nothing but making America bad again, making America, putting the USA in the trash, the dumpster of the world, Steve. That's what Biden did. What the best thing I seen today, Steve, was when I watched the inauguration while I was driving. The best thing I seen today was when when Donald Trump and Joe Biden walked out of the White House, and they walked down to the helicopter that was waiting for Joe Biden. And when Joe Biden got aboard that helicopter, and that helicopter took off, and Joe Biden hopefully will never be seen again in Washington, D.C. That was the best thing I seen all day, Steve, when that helicopter took off with Joe Biden and his miserable wife with him, and they got the hell out of Washington, D.C. Now Trump can start making America great again, which is exactly what he did today, Steve, by signing all these different bills, making the things, changing all the stuff that Biden had done, made wrong in America. Donald Trump made right today, Steve. The first thing he did was get them prisoners out of jail, a pardon for all them individuals that was stuck in jail for this bogus January 6th nonsense. Get them people their pardons that they deserve. And then he said that he was going to open up the oil drilling. Then he said he was going to declare a state of emergency, Steve. It should have been a damn state of emergency on the southern border a long time ago. Donald Trump finally did the right thing and declared a state of emergency to get this border shut down and get these people from coming in and out as they feel like coming. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump is going to make things happen, Steve. He's not playing no games, just like he didn't play games the first time. You're going to see some serious changes in America, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be, making things happen. Like I say, Donald Trump, he a better man than me, Steve. I got to give a guy credit. I don't think I could have allowed some of the people that was there today to be there in attendance when Donald Trump took the oath. I don't think this, me personally, I wouldn't have allowed some of those people to be there due to what they have done, what they did to the man over the last 3 or 4 years. They did some dirty stuff to him. Zuckerberg had the nerve to be in attendance after what he did to Donald Trump. Just to name one of them, Barack Obama, we already know what that guy's all about. And by the way, some information about Barack Obama, Steve, and Big Mike or Michael Jackson, his wife, got some news about that situation. A lot of people been wondering why she ain't showed up for the last 2 events. Well, from what I'm understanding, him and Big Mike ain't together no more. That Obama might have been involved in some extramarital affairs. He might have pulled a Bill Clinton on Michelle, and she ain't happy about it, from what I'm understanding. And Barack Obama and Michelle might not be together no more. So who cares? That's they lost. And like you said before, like one of your previous callers said, Steve, I normally don't watch The View. Or Rachel Maddox. But I'm probably going to watch The View today to see what them crybabies, see them cry like little babies. If they got the guts to show up, they may not have the guts to show up today after all they said about Trump. They probably might cancel the damn show today. But I want to see what they got to say about Donald Trump, because I know they're not happy about that man being in the White House and getting ready to make America great again. So we'll see what the ugliest woman on television had to say today, Whoopi Goldberg. Show your face today, Whoopi Goldberg, and we see what you have to say about Donald Trump. And by the way, if you don't like what Donald Trump say, maybe you'll go ahead and do what you said you were going to do, leave the country and get the hell out of here, and we don't have to deal with you no more. So maybe you'll take that option. Maybe instead of showing up for work, you'll board the next airplane, getting the hell out of the United States. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, many were wondering, what's the deal? I mean, all the other former presidents and their spouses there. And I certainly don't think Bill and Hillary really had any desire to see Trump being sworn in again. But they're there. I guess is respect for the office whole thing there. So I had not heard any rumors or rumblings. I did a quick search there, and I do see some headlines. This one reads, Barack Obama / Michelle, more like just friends amid divorce buzz. Here's what you need to know. Another headline, Barack and Michelle's awkward pic sparks rumors online that the pair's marriage is on the rocks. Are Michelle and Barack still married? Reports suggest Barack and Michelle are now just friends after 30 years of marriage. Rumors of an affair with Jennifer Aniston adding strain. But as we know, Michelle has not accompanied Obama in recent public events, sparking rumors of trouble in their paradise. Now, you see, from one day ago, Entertainment Tonight headline says Barack and Michelle subtly shut down the split rumors. New York Magazine says Barack and Michelle quash the divorce rumors via subtweet, whenever that is. Rumors, as we all too well know, if you see it on the internet, it's got to be true, right?
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
System diagnostics and repairs, engine system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. Site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
So many things unfolding over a 24-hour period. And with all the executive orders, we see that nearly 1,660 actually, Afghans cleared by the federal government to resettle in the U.S., including some family members of active duty military personnel, are having their flights canceled under Trump's order suspending refugee programs right now. According to a U.S. official and leading refugee resettlement advocate this past day, it says the group includes unaccompanied minors awaiting reunification with their families in the U.S., as well as Afghans at risk of Taliban retribution because they fought for the former U.S.-backed Afghan government. According to the head of Afghan Evac Coalition of veterans and advocacy groups. Now, speaking anonymously, this also leaves in limbo thousands of other Afghans who've been approved for resettlement as refugees, but have not yet been assigned flights from Afghanistan or neighboring Pakistan. Obviously, Trump made immigration crackdown a major promise in his election campaign, leaving the fate of refugee programs up in the air. The White House and State Department, which oversee these programs, did not respond to requests for comment. Afghans and advocates are panicking. He said, "I've had to recharge my phone 4 times already today because so many are calling. We warned them this was going to happen, but they did it anyway. We hope they'll reconsider," he said, "of when it comes to contacts with Trump's transition team." Nearly 200,000 Afghans have been brought to the U.S. by the Biden administration since that chaotic troop withdrawal from Kabul. Now, one of the dozens of executive orders Trump was slated to sign this past day was to suspend refugee programs for at least 4 months. Yeah, we know this means that unaccompanied children, Afghan partner forces who trained, fought, and died or were injured alongside our troops, and families of active duty U.S. members are going to be stuck for a period of time. All right, and separately, real quick, of course, the New York City congestion pricing went in play at the start of the year. New Jersey's Governor Phil Murphy on Monday pressing President Trump to eliminate New York's congestion pricing, calling the program a disaster for his New Jersey commuters that have to receive the close look it deserves from the federal government. Of course, this kicked in on January 5. Passenger vehicles charged $9 during peak periods south of 60th Street. Trucks and buses paying up to $21.60, a fee that is reduced by 75% during the overnight hours. Been a very, very controversial program. Don't know if the feds, do they have any way of intervening? 844-844-3388. That is the number to dial us up this Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Donald Trump is signing an executive order aimed at tackling the TikTok ban.
TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it.
Trump signed the order that allows him to either sell it or close it. He says the app may be worth $1 trillion if he gets a deal done. Trump went on to say that he feels the U.S. should get half of TikTok. The app was dark for around 16 hours Saturday night into Sunday morning. When users reopened the app, a message popped up thanking them for their patience and praising Trump for getting the app back online. Teamsters Union is preparing to go on strike against Costco if the two sides fail to reach a new contract agreement.
The union says the two sides have so far failed to reach agreements over wages, benefits, paid family leave, and sick time, among other issues. Around 18,000 workers are ready to go on strike at 56 Costco locations across 5 states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And then President Trump moving to halt offshore wind farm projects along the northeast coast. A decision that lines up with local concerns over marine life and environmental impact. These projects, championed by outgoing President Biden, facing backlash from residents, environmentalists, tourism-dependent communities who opposed the industrialization of natural shorelines, fearing adverse effects on the marine ecosystem. Trump's efforts have actually gained momentum through support from political leaders like Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey. Van Drew confirmed that Trump asked him to draft an executive order to stop these projects. I said, Mr. President, we need to move on this. He said, yeah, we definitely do. I agree. I'm against them. He added that the draft had been shared with Doug Burgum, which is Trump's pick for the Interior Secretary. The Department of Interior oversees the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which handles the offshore wind approvals. Environmental concerns, allegations of links between some of the sonar work and a spike in whale deaths along the East Coast have fueled opposition to these offshore wind projects. NOAA attributes the whale mortality to what they call an unusual mortality event beginning in 2016. Critics are skeptical. Former New Jersey Assemblyman Paul Kanitra, a vocal opponent of offshore wind farms, confirmed his discussion with Burgum at a pre-inaugural event. He stated on X that Burgum assured him that no new wind farms will be developed off New Jersey's coast under Trump's administration. So sorry to break the news to all the international corporations that were trying to industrialize our ocean and destroy the Jersey Shore, but you guys might as well start packing up now, he wrote. Okay. 844-844-3388. As promised, back for that loneliest hour. Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Now, talking about the spread on that game there, this is according to CBS that from Sportsline, they listed Ohio State as a 9-point favorite against Notre Dame, while the over-under for total points scored is 45.5. The Buckeyes were minus 408. In other words, you had to risk $408 to win 100 on the money line, while the Fighting Irish are plus 315. You had to risk $100 to win $315. I don't know what all that means, but I mean, they kept it within the line. They got more than 9 points against them because they won by 11. So I don't know. I didn't. I think they should have just blown them away myself. But did I hear Eagle correctly say that he watched the inauguration while he was driving? I thought I was going to have to go get my hearing.
I thought he said that. Now, I was thinking of, does that mean, well, you were out driving. Did you take a break or something and maybe watch some of the inauguration? You don't watch it when you're rolling, right?
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. I was like, well, man, I know he's just speaking figuratively. He ain't talking about actually watching that thing going down the highway. Oh, but my second thought was, damn, how many people did he run off the road there?
Watching the inauguration.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, y'all, I know it's cold. I mean, Steve, it's cold here. Let's see what I'm at right now. I'm at 29 degrees there. Y'all get some anti-J on that truck. I already got mine in there, some Tabil in the gas there. And make sure to get some of Steve Sommers overnight drive products, too, because Steve will need a paycheck on Friday there, right?
Absolutely.
I know that's right. Everybody loves them paychecks, especially Tennessee. All right, y'all have a great night, Steve, or a great day. Well, the night's almost over, ain't it? So I'm going to get back quiet and well, as Sylvester says, a more intelligent caller. Horse feathers too. So have a great day, Steve.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. All right, about 20 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, word came down a couple of weeks ago. The IRS is distributing about $2.4 billion to taxpayers that didn't receive their COVID stimulus payments. Supposedly, by the end of this month, about 1 million taxpayers will receive special payments of up to $1,400 from the IRS. They said distributing these payments to taxpayers who failed to claim a recovery rebate credit on their 2021 tax returns. The recovery rebate credit is a refundable credit for individuals who did not receive one or more of the economic impact payments or stimulus payments. Looking at our internal data, we realized that 1 million taxpayers overlooked claiming this complex credit that they were actually eligible for. One taxpayer who benefited was Jenny Boltman from Colorado. She and her husband did not receive a stimulus payment back in 21. After reading about the latest IRS payment, she realized she qualified for the recovery rebate credit. A day later, she said she got her check in the mail. It was a pleasant surprise, well, no doubt. The Boltman family received 3 late stimulus payments, including one for their underage son, which amounted to $4,200 at the end of December. All right, so who's eligible? The special payments announced by the IRS are being sent to those taxpayers who filed a 2021 tax return but left the data field for the recovery rebate credit blank, or they filled it out as 0 when they were actually eligible for the credit. Just how much will eligible taxpayers receive? They say payments will vary, but the maximum amount would be $1,400 per individual in total. The IRS will be distributing about $2.4 billion to taxpayers who failed to claim that credit in 21. They did post information online about eligibility and how the payment was scheduled. Why are they sending these out? This, again, was a refundable credit for individuals who did not receive the economic impact payments or stimulus payments during 2020 and 21. To minimize headaches and get this money to eligible taxpayers, we are making these payments automatic, they said, meaning these people will not be required to go through the extensive process of filing an amended return to get it. If I qualify for a payment, how will I get it? Now, they say if you qualify, you don't have to do anything. They plan to send letters to eligible taxpayers notifying of the special payment. The payments will go out automatically this month, should arrive by direct deposit or check by late January. They will be sent to bank accounts listed on the taxpayer's 2023 return or to the address the IRS has on file. Now, for those who kind of procrastinate and don't file their tax returns on time, what if I haven't filed my 2021 tax return yet. It says you might still be able to receive the money, but taxpayers need to file a tax return and claim the recovery rebate credit by April 15 of this year, even if any income from a job, business, or other source was minimal or non-existent. There were actually 3 rounds, if you forgot, of payments to households impacted by the pandemic. That was a total of $814 billion. The IRS based the amount taxpayers received on their income, tax filing status, and the number of children or qualifying dependents. In March of 2020, that was up to $1,200 per income tax filer and $500 per child under the CARES Act. December of 2020, eligible individuals received up to $600 per tax filer and $600 per child under the Consolidated Appropriations Act. That in March of 21, it was up to another $1,400 per income tax filer and $1,400 per child under the American Rescue Plan Act. About 15 before the hour. 844-844-3388. Hello to Hillbilly Tex.
Good morning, Steve, and all my brother and sister truckers out there. It's a great Trump Tuesday. First full day of my president's term. It's a great day in the neighborhood, Steve.
Hey, somebody, I forgot that. Somebody suggested last week it's no longer Taco Tuesday. It's now Trump Tuesday. Thanks for reminding me.
Exactly. Yes, sir, that's right. And I just want to say one thing. The old Roy Clark, thank God and Greyhound you're gone.
Right.
Okay, now the final thing, Steve, real quick. I'm gonna quote my president, because I'm an old oil field hand. Drill, drill, drill. And everybody have a great Trump Tuesday.
Hillbilly Tex, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell off the big I-75. All right, Toby. Couple from the email bag here. Hello, Steve. 16 in Menominee, Wisconsin. Minus 16. Brr. Something about a well digger, right? Great show. Thank you from Toby. 16 below. Wow. Hey, happy taco. Hey, he said taco. It's Trump Tuesday there, Truckin' Phil. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the hotshot secret nation of the great product of Staybill and the great Knuckle Buster. Starting out at a balmy 5 this morning. We may warm up to 7. Okay, at Fort Wayne. Only a high of 3 degrees in Newaygo today. I was off for Martin Luther King Day yesterday, the inauguration of the Honorable Mr. Trump. And congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes for the national championship. As a lifelong Irish fan, hopefully they're up there again in my lifetime. Anyway, shout out to the great Knuckle Buster. And, the listeners out there, try to stay warm. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. All right, have a great morning. Baby, it's cold outside. I hear you.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or Hot HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code Sommers10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, few final footnotes here. New Jersey authorities announcing that dozens of individuals and companies have been charged in connection with a sprawling scheme to steal diesel fuel from gas stations and resell it to trucking companies. New Jersey Attorney General charging 25 people and 4 companies with first-degree racketeering for their role in this diesel fuel theft enterprise that was taking place in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, netting the suspects illicit profits of $3.4 million. Officials say the suspects used credit card skimming devices to steal financial information, then created cloned cards that were used to make fraudulent fuel purchases. The ill-gotten diesel fuel was loaded into vehicles, some of which were modified to hold auxiliary tanks, and then transported to customers, including trucking companies and other fuel providers. Authorities identified approximately 2,033 victims of the scheme between January 1 of 23 and July 20 of last year. The investigation started in October of 23 when the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice received a tip from the Camden County Prosecutor's Office and the Gloucester Township Police Department about a suspected diesel theft ring that was operating in New Jersey. They explained how the whole scheme worked out. I guess it's all fun and games till you get caught, right? All right, President Trump, if you did not hear the speech this past day, the inauguration, he vowed it was the pre-inauguration speech, that would have been on Sunday night, to release records in the coming days related to the assassinations of former President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr. He also promised to release records related to other topics of great public interest during the event, I guess, at D.C.'s Capital One Arena. As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we're going to make public remaining records related to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released. Uncle Sam, he added. Robert F. Kennedy's son, RFK Jr., notably back during the bid for the presidency, and of course has been selected by Trump to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. During his campaign, Trump pledged to create a commission on presidential assassination attempts as a tribute to RFK Jr. After I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risk incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. And when you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You got to do what's right for the country. I'll tell you, we are both in this to do what is right for the country, he said. Are there any big secrets that remain? Some experts say, not really. There's not going to be no bombshell, earth-shattering details, but it'd be interesting to get the full report. All right, and lastly, yesterday, there were other things going on in D.C. aside from the inauguration. The U.S. Senate passed what is known as the Laken-Riley Act. That is a bill that requires the Department of Homeland Security to take illegal aliens who've been arrested, charged, or convicted of crimes, be it theft, burglary, shoplifting, or larceny, to take them into custody. Who would be against trying to remove illegal aliens who've committed crimes in this country? Well, obviously, there are a number in the Democrat Party who would. In a 64-35 vote, the Senate passed the Laken-Riley Act hours after the inauguration. 12 Democrats reported to have voted in favor, according to The Hill. Prior to the votes, Senate Majority Leader John Thune stated that this act would ensure illegal aliens, who steal or assault a law enforcement officer will be detained rather than being allowed out there on the streets. And it specifies clearly that it's illegal aliens who have committed crimes. As I said, who would be against that? Obviously, in the Democrat Party, on the House of Representatives sides, there were 159 Democrats, believe it or not, that voted against that legislation. And obviously 35 Senate Democrats voting against. John Fetterman, one of the Democrats who's been one of the Democrats in favor, wrote that he voted in favor of the final passage, highlighting that wanting to secure border and being pro-immigration these are two fully compatible things, right? Right. Thank you much for being with us here on a Trump Tuesday, right? Have a great day. We'll see you back midnight hour tonight as we'll transition into, hey, Mike Hump Day coming away. Hope you can join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,